March 21st, 2023, regular meeting of the City Council. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez. Councilmember Snedden.
Here.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
And Mayor Rouse.
Here. And I believe we have an item to read.
Yes, we have a ceremonial item, World Down Syndrome Day, March 21, 2023.
Hello. World Down Syndrome Day on March 21st, 2023. Whereas Down syndrome, the most commonly occurring chromosomal condition, occurs when an individual has a full or partial extra copy of chromosome 21, which alters the course of development and causes the characteristics associated with Down syndrome. And whereas approximately 1 in every 772 babies in the United States is born with Down syndrome, about 5,100 each year globally across all demographics, all races, all economic levels. And whereas all people with Down syndrome experience some cognitive delays, but positive support from family, friends, and the community to enable them to lead fulfilling and productive lives, whereby people with Down syndrome attend school, work, have meaningful relationships, vote, pay taxes, and contribute to society in many wonderful ways. And whereas the Down Syndrome Association of Santa Barbara County strives to enhance the lives of individuals with Down syndrome and their families in our community, promoting equitable inclusion, connecting and supporting families through events and the development of programs throughout Santa Barbara County. And whereas World Down Syndrome Day is a day to raise awareness of and celebrate the many accomplishments, contributions, and talents that people with Down syndrome bring to their communities. Now, therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, California, do hereby proclaim March 21st, 2023 as World Down Syndrome Day.
This one gets turned around. Thank you so much on behalf of the Down Syndrome Association of Santa Barbara County and our entire Down syndrome community and their families. I just want to thank you for recognizing how important and special today is and how special all of the lovely people that have Down syndrome are, and that the reason we celebrate it today is because it's they have 3 copies of the 21st chromosome, so 321. So thank you for honoring them.
Thank you. Ms. Bjork, are there any changes to the agenda?
Mayor Rouse, we have one change to the agenda. We are pulling item 12. And then I just want to point out, because this is our first meeting with our slightly revised order of operations, that we will be hearing the consent agenda first, followed by general public comment.
All right, thank you very much. And with that, we will go to the consent calendar. You have some items to read.
There are 5 items to read. Item 2, 2022 to 2025 Fire Management Association Bargaining Unit Memorandum of Understanding. It's an ordinance and agreement. Recommendation that council ratify the Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Santa Barbara Fire Management Association Bargaining Unit by adoption of, by reading of title only, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the 2022 to 2025 Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Fire Management Association. Item 3, amendment to Position Salary Control Resolution 22-064 with updates to classification and compensation for certain positions. It's a resolution. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution 22-064, the Position Salary Control Resolution for fiscal year 2023, to amend the established salary for positions as listed and establish the Assistant City Attorney 5 classification. Item 4, Santa Barbara Airport Sea Level Rise Adaptation Plan, Phase A funding. It's a resolution and agreement. Recommendation that Council A authorize the airport director to execute a professional services agreement with Environmental Services Associates in the amount of $743,000 for planning services for the Santa Barbara Airport Sea Level Rise Adaptation Plan and Local Coastal Plan update, and authorize the airport director to proceed with Phase A of the scope of services for a total not to exceed amount of $280,500, and with further phases subject to budget appropriation. And B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 22-059, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2023 to appropriate funds for professional services contract funding Phase A of the Santa Barbara Airport Sea Level Rise Adaptation Plan in the amount of $280,500. Item 5, contract for the construction of the the Santa Barbara Airport South Terminal Apron Redevelopment Project. It's a resolution and agreement. Recommendation that Council A award a contract with Marcon Engineering, Inc. in their low bid amount of $4,527,449 for construction of the South Terminal Apron Redevelopment Project, bid number 4089A, and authorize the Public Works Director to execute the contract and approve expenditures up to $452,745 to cover any cost increases that may result from contract change orders for extra work and differences between estimated bid quantities and actual quantities measured for payment. B, authorize the Public Works Director to execute the first contract amendment to the City Professional Services Agreement number 26747 with Kimley Horn, Inc. in the amount of $338,540 for construction support services and approve expenditures of up to $33,854 for extra services that may result from necessary changes in the scope of work. C, authorize the Public Works Director to execute a contract with Applied Earthworks, Inc. in the amount of $62,782 for construction monitoring services and approve expenditures of up to $6,278 for extra services that may result from necessary changes in the scope of work. And D, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 22-059, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2023 to appropriate funds for the South Terminal Apron Redevelopment Project. Item 6, amendments to professional services agreements for permit, plan check, and inspection services. This is a resolution and agreement. Recommendation that Council A authorize the Community Development Director to execute the third amendment to increase the amount of Santa Barbara City Agreement Number 26978 with Bureau Veritas North America, Inc. by $150,000 for a total contract amount of $745,000 to provide permit, plan check, and inspection services. B, authorize the Community Development Director to execute the third amendment to increase the amount of Santa Barbara City Agreement Number 26979 with Interwest Consulting Group by $200,000 for a total contract amount of $435,000 to provide permit, plan check, and inspection services. And C, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 22-059, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2023 to approve an increase in fiscal year 2023 revenue and expenditure appropriations in the general fund in the amount of $400,000 from building permit revenues projected to exceed the fiscal year 2023 adopted budget amount by at least $400,000 to cover the costs of amendments to Santa Barbara City Agreements number 26978 and number 26979, and an agreement for floodplain review. And
Sure.
that concludes what needs to be read for consent.
Thank you very much. Anyone on council need to pull an item for comment? All right, very good. Because we are changing the way we're doing this order right now, we will go now to general public comment, and that's 3 minutes at the dot.
Do you want to take a motion on the consent agenda?
Okay, because public comment on consent
Oh,
comes after.
excuse me, sorry, yes, that one, thank you, sorry about that.
Yeah, so let's hold off on that. We'll go to general public comment, which is 3 minutes at the dais for anything that is not on the agenda, but within the purview of this body. And I have one speaker that's here, Olivia Asher.
Mayor Rouse, sorry, you should be taking public comment on the consent agenda at this point, and then acting on the consent agenda. Is it out of order on the instructions?
Is that out of order on the sheet?
Okay.
Yeah, this was the order that we
thanks.
got it at the,
All right,
Okay.
well, then we'll just proceed.
All right, very good. Then I will do that. I'll offer up Olivia just a moment for you, please. Does anybody have, are there any public comment online for the consent items?
there are two hands raised. There's one hand raised.
For a consent item?
Patricia Guerrera, leave your hand raised if this is for general public comment.
No, consent.
I'm sorry, if this is for consent calendar comment.
It's on, no, it's printed wrong. Just hang in there.
Okay, Lori, nope.
Okay.
Lori Strantz, leave your hand raised if this is for comment right now. Okay, you can unmute yourself and speak. Lori Strantz, try to unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, I'm sorry. I wanted to comment on the housing, and so I may have raised my hand at the wrong time.
Yes, that's coming up later on.
I apologize.
No problem.
So if you could just hang on till that item comes
Yeah.
and unraise your hand. There are no other speakers online.
Okay, very good. And then, okay, well, let's go ahead and then go to the consent approval. Can I have a motion, please?
I'll move consent.
Moved by Harmon,
Second.
second by Friedman. We have the, it's,
I'm trying to keep
yeah,
up with
we'll
two
do
more things.
the standard vote, please.
Okay. Oh, excuse me, I need to retake roll since Councilmember Gutierrez is not here. So one moment. Bear with me, I'm sorry. Our new system. Voting.
These are storm-related technical difficulties, folks.
Okay. Okay, you should be able to vote.
Very good, unanimous by all those present. So, thank you. Now we will move on to public comment. And once again, 3 minutes for the public, any item that's not on the agenda but within our purview. And then I will ask Ms. Asher to come back on up, if you would, please. You can pull that mic, yeah, there you go.
Hi, my name is Olivia Asher. I'm 9 years old. I'm here today to talk about making an intersection next to my house more safe. We've recently had a few accidents there that have resulted in injuries or more deadly situations. I wouldn't like to come down the street one day and end up in a horrible accident. People sometimes get confused because there's no stop sign on Mitchell Torina at Laguna Street. I'd like to ask you to put a stop sign there so we can prevent further accidents or injuries. Can we also have a crosswalk for pedestrians so that people driving down will know to stop if people are there? I'll continue to work for this cause so that we can stop future injuries. Also, please vote yes on item 11 today and help me not get run evicted so I can stay in my home. Thank you.
Thank you. And are there other public comments online for general public comment?
There are 4. The first is Nancy Wagner. You can unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, I was to be here for the Down syndrome appreciation, and we came in late. Did we miss it already?
Yes, it's already been proclaimed.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm her daughter, Christine.
It's okay. Just
All right, may I have the next speaker,
Okay,
please?
The next speaker is Patricia Guerrera, excuse me. You may unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. I'm here, Patricia Guerrera, to speak about the rental crisis we're having now. I've been a resident of
Excuse
Santa
me,
Barbara
ma'am,
for 40 years.
Is this about
And-
is this about the eviction ordinance, ma'am?
Yes,
Okay, that's coming up later on, so we'll be bringing that up at another part of the agenda.
great.
I'll save your place
thank
for
you.
them. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Sister Arthur Gordon. You may unmute yourself and speak. Sister Gordon, are you able to speak?
Let's go to the next speaker,
Yeah, we're
please.
not able to hear you. You may want to dial back in and try if you can do that quickly. Okay, we have a new hand raised. We have Aaron Ashland. You may unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Mr. Mayor, I read about, well, first of all, you guys better get that girl a stop sign and a crosswalk. I mean, what does some paint and a stop sign cost? Shit, like you guys are finding $1 million a month at this rate. But
Mr.
I'll let
Ashland,
that-
would you keep your language appropriate,
oh,
please?
sorry about that. No problem. I read that around, Mr. Mayor, I read that around 10,000 people voted for you in the last election. So that would mean around 8,000 of them want the promenade. I was just wondering what you say to business owners and people you meet. Is it something like, I'm sorry, I know I said I would wait to make the decision on the promenade, but I've decided that I know better than you now and the other 80% of our residents that want it? Or maybe you just say, I'm the mayor and now I'm smarter than you, even though I don't have a business on State Street. I've always wondered how that would go. Mr. Mayor, the State Street Advisory Committee hasn't presented their final design, but you've finally admitted that you actually are against the promenade, I believe. So effectively, all the businesses that want it and think it's helping them. So how did you evaluate the promenade if the design won't be finished until December? Would you consider yourself an honest man at that point, since you said you were going to wait? Well, you also said at your acceptance speech that any policy decisions made on City Council should have a direct benefit to the community and not conform to political concerns or personal ideology. I guess I was wondering if you would consider going against what the community wants at an 80% clip to help your friends like Kevin Boss and Jim Cannell, a personal ideology. So if you push an agenda for your friends, would that be personal? I thought you said there was no place for that. Now, would you consider yourself honest? You promised a clean and safe spaces, and I was wondering if you think we have a clean and safe downtown. I mean, after the two incidents on the 500 block in the last couple of weeks, would you say that you've broken your promise to all of us? I was wondering, Mr. Mayor, if you believe that Yona Reds on the 500 block is good for Santa Barbara. You see, Mr. Mayor, his patio partially covers the old Sammy's camera location, which is vacant. So he makes our block and our city look better by covering the empty storefront. However, as he makes us look good, you want to charge him more for helping us. And I understand he might have a larger patio at the end of the day, but he's doing us a favor and he's paying taxes and paying employees. His customers are paying, they're paying taxes, they're using our parking lots. Isn't that enough? Do you really need a couple more $1,000 from his small business since you're finding $1.25 million a month at the current rate? Mr. Mayor, you start charging for the patios and it looks like you're going to make the city about $40,000 a month, but you're basically stealing from our residents the tax money to the tune of $1.25 million per month. Because I've heard that we budgeted the same way this year as we did last year. Lastly, I'd like to suggest that you spend some of the $3.75 million of our money that you now have on bathrooms on State Street. Buy 2 buildings on State Street, turn them into bathrooms, maybe showers for homeless, but do it now. It's ridiculous. People are peeing in the streets because there's nowhere to go to the bathroom. Fix this. You have the money, do it now. Thank you.
All right, are there further public comments online?
There are 2 hands raised now. The first is Sister Arthur Gordon.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, good, thank you. I just wanted to express our deep gratitude to the City Council and the committee for the award that you gave to the Father Virgil Cordano Center for the Homeless and for our Family Strengthening Program for our women who are in transition. I thank you in the name of the administration, but most especially for the unsheltered men and women who will benefit from this, and for our women who are and their children who are in transition. And whatever good we're able to do, you are part of it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Nancy Wagner. Nancy Wagner, you can try to unmute yourself and speak.
Hi,
We can hear you.
this is Christine Wagner, Nancy Wagner's daughter,
Okay.
and I have a question for the council. And the question is, if people with Down syndrome have an ability to speak up for their rights and have a pull for what is it called again? A pull for what is it called, Mom? A pull for what? I don't know what you're talking about. A pull for the rights to speak up for the community and have the right to speak up for themselves and probably start to have a poll for voting, because I know people with Down syndrome and different disabilities can vote over the age of 20 and of 18, and I was hoping that we could have a poll for voting for people with Down syndrome and for different disabilities.
All right, very good. Well, thank you for your comments. Are there more speakers?
There are no more speakers online.
Okay, very good. We'll close public comment with that, and we will move to a report from the Finance Committee. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Finance Committee met today, and the item under consideration was a short-term rental pilot enforcement program, and we did pass that up to council for consideration by a unanimous vote.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll go to Councilmember Committee Assignment Reports. Ms. Sned.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. We held a Sustainability Committee meeting this week and discussed zero-emission vehicle acquisition policy and a lot of progress in that, and also the B-cycle extension of the pilot program, which will come to council in early May.
Very good. Any further council member committee assignment reports? Mr. Friedman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also attended the Sustainability Committee, and then the Fighting Back Santa Barbara had their annual gratitude luncheon this year for celebrating mentoring. And just want to thank the keynote speaker there was Superintendent Sue Salcido, and it was a great presentation, and it's a wonderful opportunity to engage in that. Sorry, I think I'm on the other one, so I got to do the official ones here. And attended the I think it was Coastal Cities Leadership Committee had a meeting, and then our monthly meeting, and that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon, you had another comment?
Thank you. Apologize. I meant to say this first, that I was invited to speak at the South Coast IEEE meeting, and I asked Alelia Parento, Melissa Hetrick, and Dakota Corey for slides on sea level rise and on sustainability and energy choices, and I just have to really acknowledge those three in particular for their level of expertise and knowledge and beautiful slides that were very much appreciated.
All right, thank you. Well, this wasn't a committee assignment, but seeing that we proclaimed what we did today, I went to the Gary Cunningham Classic at UCSB, where Special Olympics athletes played basketball, big tournament from all over the state. Really fabulous, hundreds and hundreds of kids, well, actually people of all ages played. So quite an event, and what a great bit of community support those people receive. It's fabulous. Okay, with that, we will move to our next item. If you have an item to read, please.
We do our next item. Item 10 is a public hearing, Community Development and Human Services Committee funding recommendations and 2024 action plan public hearing. Recommendation that Council A, approve the fiscal year 2024 and 2025 funding recommendations of the Community Development and Human Services Committee for use of human services funds. B, approve the fiscal year 2024 funding recommendations of the Community Development and Human Services Committee for use of Community Development Block Grant Funds. C, authorize the Community Development Director to negotiate and execute grant agreements implementing the funding recommendations, subject to the review and approval as to form by the City Attorney. And D, conduct a public hearing to obtain input on the city's annual action plan for fiscal year 2024.
All right, very good. Ms. Doubles.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, and good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, sorry. I am Laura Doubles, and I'm the Housing and Human Services Manager for the city. Thank you for having us here today to present to you the Community Development and Human Services Committee's fiscal year 2024 funding recommendations. Here with me today is Community Development Program Specialist Lindsay Drews, as well as our Chair of the Committee, Jenna Roll. Each year, Council establishes the funding priorities for the Human Services and CDBG program. In October, Council approved the priorities as shown here. First priority are for programs that help meet basic human needs, specifically food, shelter, or housing, and either physical or mental medical needs. And second priority are proposals that reduce the impact of violence. Council added to including gun violence and suicide, and or are preventative in nature and or promote the highest degree of functioning the individual is capable of achieving. The priorities for CDBG funding fall under three categories: homeless assistance, which are programs that provide services to homeless individuals and families and victims of domestic violence; public facilities and infrastructure, which are capital projects that improve the facilities of organizations that serve low and moderate income residents, as well as public infrastructure and parks improvements in low and moderate income neighborhoods; and economic development, which supports programs that provide self-employment training and small business loans. The funds being recommended for allocation originate from two sources: City Human Services Funds and Federal Community Development Block Grant, also known as CDBG funds. Human Services funds, which are shown here in the red, are general funds that council committed in October to support programs that provide direct human services to low-income city residents. The fund shown in dark blue is the CDBG entitle amount that we will receive from HUD. The smaller amount in the medium blue are program income repayments, and the amount in gold is prior year unexpended CDBG funds. At the time the recommendations were developed, the city had not been notified of its fiscal year 2023-24 CDBG allocation amount. So the recommended grant amounts were based on estimated level funding from fiscal year 2022 to 23. A contingency plan had been developed in the event of reduced or increased CDBG funds, which is explained further in this presentation. Since that time, though, HUD has notified the city of its actual allocation amount, and the contingency plan has been implemented. In fiscal year 2024, the city will receive an additional $9,853. This presentation reflects the revised numbers. Combined, there is just over $1.7 million estimated to allocate. This slide shows a brief history of how the available funds have changed in recent years. As you can see, Human Services funds have remained relatively stable in the last couple of years. On October 4th, 2022, Council established a fiscal year 2024 general fund commitment of $476,150 to support human service programs that provide direct services to low-income city residents. On December 6, 2022, Council voted to increase support to human service programs by an additional $250,000, thus committing the status quo of $726,150 for fiscal year 24. With the city's CDBG entitlement, you can see that funds decreased last year. The city's allocation of CDBG funding for fiscal year 2024 is slightly higher with that increase of $9,853 over last year's allocation, and is shown here as $876,711. The funding recommendations before you today were made by the Community Development and Human Services Committee. The committee is made up of a diverse group of individuals that represent various facets of our community, as shown in this slide. As you will learn today, the committee members spent a considerable amount of time and energy evaluating the many applications submitted to make the recommendations that are before you today. They understand how important these funds are to the applicant organizations, especially during these unprecedented times, and their recommendations are never made without serious consideration. The funding process began in October with public noticing. An advertisement of the funding availability was placed in the Santa Barbara Independent. Press releases in both English and Spanish were published, and an announcement was sent by email to all agencies that had previously expressed an interest in applying. This included current grant recipients and agencies that have applied for funding in the past 2 years. The notice was also posted on the city's website. In November, staff held a mandatory application workshop in person for all prospective applicants, during which in-depth training on the city's requirements, including measurable outcomes, was given. Staff was available also by phone and email to answer applicants' questions. In addition, as an incentive to submitting the applications early, staff offered to review and provide feedback on applications that were submitted prior to the deadline. Applications were submitted online via a software platform known as Neighborly. 46 applications were received by December 7th, 2022 as the deadline. This was the first year that the applications were opened to two-year requests as per council's directive given this past October. All applicants applied for two-year awards. The total requested funding came to approximately $2.5 million, which exceeded the available funding for public and human service programs and capital projects by more than $1 million. The committee members analyzed each application package, which included a 47-question application form, proposed outcome measures, client demographics, as well as program and agency budgets. The committee spent 3 nights interviewing applicants, followed by a 4th meeting to deliberate on the requests before members made their individual scores. Prior to commencement of the interviews, committee members also conducted site visits and reviewed the performance reports of applicants that have previously received Human Services or CDBG funds. Using the Neighborly software, committee members scored the applications based on the applicants' written proposals and verbal presentations. Applicants' average scores were determined using the Olympic method. Under this method, individual committee member scores are tallied with the highest and lowest score removed, and the resulting amount is then divided by the remaining number of members who entered a score. The committee formulated the recommended funding amounts for each application using the applicant's Olympic score and prior year funding as a starting point, while considering other important factors such as priority, community need, and the duplication of services, among many other things. The full committee approved the final recommendations on February 23, 2023. However, the second year awards will be contingent upon the agency's performance and also subject to funding availability by both HUD and Human Services funding allocated by council. In the Public and Human Services category, 39 applications were submitted with requests totaling just over $1.4 million. Per federal regulations, a limitation of only 15% of that CDBG allocation amount is allowed to fund public and/or human services and is shown here as $131,507. When combined with the council's human services allocation of $726,150 in city general funds, it makes the total available $857,657 to assist public and human services, which is still far below the total amount of requests received. As you can see, the majority of public and human services funding comes from the city's general funds that the council allocates to assist our community human service agencies. Because of this city assistance made available by council, the committee was able to recommend funding for 35 of the applications submitted. 2 applicants withdrew from the process. I will pause here briefly on this slide so that you can see the breakdown in dollar amounts and percentages of the proposed distributions of funding, illustrated by this pie chart of which types of programs are assisted in proportion to the overall funding amount. Under the capital projects and economic development category, the amount of CDBG funds available this year is estimated at $624,283. This amount includes the unused CDBG funds in the amount of $54,421 from last year. The city received 6 applications for capital project requests and 1 economic development application. The total amount requested was $690,962. The committee is only recommending funding for the 6 capital projects, with not all funding being awarded. The committee voted unanimously to hold this excess available funding in reserve for unforeseen increased project costs, possibly due to inflation, labor cost increases, or product unavailability, to ensure our projects are completed. At the end of the fiscal year, any remaining reserve funds will be reprogrammed and made available for the next application cycle, which will be held annually for capital projects. There is currently one capital project from last year that is commencing and needs additional funding. Staff is recommending using the reserve funding mentioned above to ensure its completion. Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinic's COVID-19 safety glass installation project is approximately $60,000 over budget due to unforeseen cost increases. With council's approval today, this gap funding will be provided through the use of the prior year unexpended CDBG funds totaling $54,421. As mentioned before, at the time the recommendations were developed, the city had not been notified of its fiscal year 2023-24 CDBG allocation. So a contingency plan had been developed in the event of reduced or increased CDBG funds, which we will go over in the next 2 slides. Since that time, HUD has notified the city of its actual allocation, and the contingency plan has been implemented. The contingency plan that was developed included the following. In the event the funds are increased, the excess available funds for public and/or human services will be distributed equally to the 5 highest scoring priority 1 applicants who did not already receive full funding until the excess is depleted. The excess available funds for capital projects will be added into the amount of funds reserved for covering unforeseen future capital project expenses. If the increase is more than 10% of the entitlement award, the committee will reconvene to make a revised recommendation. In the event that the funds are less, the deficit of available funds for public and/or human services will be divided equally among the 5 lowest scoring applicants, regardless of priority, and reduced or eliminated until the total deficit amount is reached. If as a result of this contingency plan, the recommendation to a particular applicant is less than the city's $9,000 minimum grant amount rule, then that minimum will be waived. The deficit that would result in available funds for the capital projects will be reduced from the funds reserved for covering unforeseen capital project expenses until the deficit amount is reached or the reserve amount is depleted. Due to the increase in the CDBG funding allocation we have now received notification of, the top 5 scoring priority 1 applicants will each receive an additional $295. An additional $6,404 will be added to the amount of funds reserved for covering unforeseen future capital project expenses. The funding recommendation report contains a detailed description of the allocation process, as well as a summary of all the programs recommended for funding. This report is available to the public for review on the city's website, located as shown here on this slide. In order for the city to receive federal funds, such as CDBG, HUD mandates that an annual action plan be submitted. This document identifies the specific activities that will be undertaken with CDBG funds. This action plan covers the period of July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, and will incorporate the fiscal year 2024 funding recommendations discussed today. HUD requires that at least 2 public hearings be held during the development of the action plan. The first was held before the council on September 27th, and today is the second public hearing. Comments received during today's hearing will be incorporated into the final action plan. The draft version of the actual action plan will be available for public review for a required 30-day period, which starts March 22nd. The report can be found on the city's website homepage, located at the internet address shown on this slide. Comments must be received by April 28th. We tentatively plan to bring back the final action plan to council for final adoption in May, after the public review period concludes. If the recommendations are approved today, staff will then move forward to execute the grant agreements, which templates of those agreements were attached to the staff report for reference. Staff will also submit the capital projects that will be funded by CDBG to HUD for their approval. And I would like to quickly go over all of staff's proposed actions for the council before you today. We ask council to approve the Community Development and Human Services Committee's funding recommendations as presented in Attachment 1 of your agenda staff report and in the funding recommendation report for fiscal year 2024. Authorize the Community Development Director to negotiate and execute agreements implementing the funding recommendations and conduct a public hearing to obtain input on the city's annual action plan for fiscal year 2024. And that concludes our presentation. I would now like to introduce and turn this over to our committee's chair, Jenna Rule, who would like to speak on behalf of the committee. Thank you, and Lindsay and I are available to answer any questions after that you may have.
Mayor and City Council, on behalf of the Community Development and Human Services Committee, I'm happy to present the fiscal year 2024 recommendations before you today. This all-volunteer committee works hard to ensure that our recommendations respect the priorities established by City Council and result in the most efficient use of city funds. As staff indicated in the presentation, the process undertaken by those of us in the committee is comprehensive and thorough. We evaluate all applicants on various categories: agency track record and past performance, the level of leadership by the applicant's board of directors and diversity of the board, the program's quality and capacity to provide services. We closely examine an applicant's measurable outcomes to determine if they are realistic and are a true measure of the positive results a client would experience through receiving services from the applicant. We review the need for the program, i.e., whether the program is duplicative or whether the organization collaborates with other organizations. We studied each applicant's finances, including the diversity of funding sources, to determine the financial stability of the organization. For capital proposals, we also evaluated project description. We looked at whether the scope of the project is clearly defined, whether it meets federal, state, and local requirements, and whether it is feasible. Project need, we also looked at who will benefit from the project, whether the applicant clearly identified the need for the project, whether the project satisfied the recommended demonstrated need, and whether the project aligns with the applicant's mission. Project cost. Here we looked at the applicant's itemized cost estimate from a contractor to answer the following questions. Is the cost reasonable? Is the project viable without full city funding? Is the applicant leveraging other funding? The maximum score is 100 plus 1 extra point if an applicant meets the city's minimum wage requirements. Our job is to incorporate everything we have learned from the site visits we conducted, from reading the grant applications, and from interviewing each applicant to determine an overall applicant score, which we use to determine how to allocate these valuable funds. So as you can see, the recommendations before you today are very well vetted. The committee members take their job seriously because they recognize that these grants assist in providing an invaluable safety net for our community. I believe that you'll be proud of the great work being done with the assistance of these city funds. On behalf of the committee, we ask for your continued support of our recommendations to help serve the lowest income residents and neighborhoods in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to council questions of staff. That's amazing. A question? I had one. Just real quickly on the, of course there's Jordan, but I'll go first anyway. Channel Islands YMCA, now this is about the Noah's Anchorage project, but does that include anything with the new facility they've just opened up on Haley? Or is that kind of the same operation?
Honorable Mayor Rouse, that is separate, and so the one that just opened on Haley, that's for the My Home and the drop-in center for youth that are over 18 primarily.
So they weren't part of this process then?
They were part of this process, and both My Home and Noah's Anchorage is being recommended to receive funding.
Oh, must have missed that. Okay, very good, thank you. Mr. Jordan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry on the slow take up there. Couple questions, Ms. Doubles. Just jumping up off me on the attachment that shows the allocations, and that was one of the lowest raters on there was also a new applicant on 2 lines, the Pilgrim Terrace and the Terrace Foundation. Does that just ring a problem bell that somebody's new, wants to get involved, may have a good program, but they're struggling to have a good application? And I guess, why is that, and what can we do to help?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Jordan. It definitely is not a reflection on being a new agency. The process really takes into account a lot of different aspects, especially what's filled out in the application, and then also the interview process that the committee does really gives a lot of ways of the agencies communicating and answering questions. And so I think a new agency may not realize the importance of that, and possibly being very well prepared really helps with that. So I think that we don't want to discourage anybody, but it does take a lot to get qualified for these grants, for sure.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Gutierrez?
Thank you for this report. I do have to disclose that I'm a little biased about this committee because I sat on it for a couple of years, and I know the work that everybody does on that committee, especially staff, after hours. So thank you so much. I do have a question, just because of the times that we're living right now. Could you give me a little bit more explanation on Transition House? So I used to work for the school district, and after COVID, I've seen an increase of families living in their cars and actually trying to get into transition. And Transition House has been so kind to our families and children. I see that they requested, where is it? Did I read it wrong? 20,000? My question is, did you see an increase on how much money they were asking from previous years to now? And were they given the total funding?
Okay. So for, Honorable Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez. So this year, they requested 25,000. They're being awarded, pardon me. They requested 80,000. They're being awarded 64,000. And last year, they requested 100,000, and they were awarded 77,000. So
Thank
their
you.
request has decreased.
Thank you.
All right, very good. If there are no further questions, we will go to public comment on this item. I have a few public speakers. Jennifer Heil and/or Andrea, boy, I can't see that last name, but anyway, from the Organic Soup Kitchen. Is there somebody here to speak? Very good. You're going to have to help me with the name.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and councilmen and women. Thank you for allowing me to be here. I'm Andrea Slaby with Organic Soup Kitchen. I just want to say thank you so much for the opportunity to apply for this grant and to receive funding in the past. And I want to thank Laura and Lindsay and the committee for your endless hours of dedication and support. It has not gone unnoticed. Also, you know, this is a safety net. What you provide to our organization is really a safety net for our citizens that are low income, our cancer patients that are low income, and they rely on really good nutrition, and we provide that. And it's not just grocery bags, it's actually like a meal that they can heat up and eat. So with a lot of foundations giving less money and a lot of organizations not doing full whole meals, it's really vital, and so your funding really helps with that. So I just want to say thank you, and we greatly appreciate your partnership.
Thank you. Jennifer Griffin.
Hello, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Jennifer Griffin. I'm the Executive Director of the Independent Living Resource Center. For anyone who's not familiar with us, the ILRC is a peer-run cross-disability organization. Our headquarters opened up here in 1976, and we have been at the Westside Community Center for about 35 years now. Our services are provided to any person of any age, with any disability, and of any income level. Beyond the services that we provide and the way that we provide them, what makes us unique is that our board and staff are comprised primarily of people with disabilities. Over 80% of our board and staff are people who identify with significant disabilities themselves. They are best equipped to understand and provide the services from a very shared perspective. As I mentioned, our CDBG funds do help us cover the occupancy costs, and all of our services are provided out of there either remotely or in person. All of our services enable our consumers to live more independent lives and continue on or become more active members in their communities. I do want to also thank the committee. They work really, really hard. Staff is amazing as well. They are always there to answer questions, and they are tasked with a very difficult job. I know that. So thank you again for all the work, and thank you for the funding.
Thank you. And Michael Rassler.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'm the President and Executive Director at Hillside, a intermediate care facility with 59 of our community members living with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I really want to commend and thank the committee members, Laura, Lindsay, as staff, Ann, and your fellow committee members. Congratulations on completing an impossible task. You know, how do you spend what there isn't to spend when every applicant is worthy, whether they're a first-time applicant or the 10th year in? It is a difficult and, you know, as I'm sure we'll hear later from some, a thankless task. And not everybody is going to be pleased with the results. But I do want to speak to an incredibly clear process and priorities. And I think that helped not only the committee, but it helped the agencies applying tremendously. It was a rigorous process. It was difficult. I'm surprised that it was only 2 agencies that dropped out, quite frankly. That level of engagement by our community members is something we should all be very, very proud of. We should respect and really be appreciative of. And the support they receive by way of direction and everything the staff does, you know, you just don't see it in every one of the systems that we have and have to work with. Having a weighted voting approach and system also enabled the staff to provide agencies with feedback, which helped us since last year we did not receive an award, but we paid attention to what we were told, and we were able to do a bit better this year, and I thank you for that. So on behalf of Hillside, on behalf of our residents and their families, I really want to thank the committee, and I want to urge the council to approve all 3 of the recommendations that are before you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have speakers online for this item?
We have 1 speaker. Oh, we have 2 speakers now. Kemba Lawrence, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. Hello, my name is Kimber Lawrence, and I'm the Community Services Director for Communify. We are the managing agency for the 211 Information and Referral Hotline. And I wanted to start off by thanking the committee and the City Council for their past support of our 211 Information and Referral Hotline. Through their support, we've been able to provide the City of Santa Barbara residents access to over 200 nonprofit agencies and their services, 24 hours a day and in 154 different languages. In the past 2 years, we have connected over 4,000 city residents with information on housing, food, and medical assistance. The City of Santa Barbara residents comprise the largest number of our users of our service at 37% of our total callers. 89% of our callers are identified as low income, and 28% are elderly residents. One of the things that COVID has brought to light is the value of human interaction. Being able to pick up a phone and engage a human being when you are vulnerable and in crisis can make all the difference on one's road to recovery. Just pause for a second and imagine being a 78-year-old grandmother that lost the love of her life to COVID, now facing the uphill battle of how to survive on one income with her own declining health and the nearest family members being 2 states away and having never used a social service in her life. This is who is calling 211. Or imagine being the 37-year-old wife and mother of 4, having just lost the income from the second job that she was working that helped her just make rent. She has no medical coverage, and she is slightly over income for SNAP, facing a shutoff notice for her gas bill. These are the City of Santa Barbara residents that this committee and the City Council is supporting, and we want to say thank you.
Thank you. Are there further public speakers online?
There are. Our next speaker is Victoria Garfield. Victoria Garfield, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Victoria Garfield, and I'm the Grants Administration Director for New Beginning. Our Board of Directors, our Executive Director, our staff and volunteers would like to thank the city for your continued support of our program and for the recent recommendation for CDBG funding we've received for our safe parking program and our community counseling clinic. Each year, the need for access to affordable mental health services and low barrier homeless services becomes increasingly critical. We're proud to work with the city and our other community partners to address this need and the needs of our clients in our community. We appreciate the hard work and dedication of Lindsay Drews, Laura Doubles, and the rest of the Community Development Department staff, as well as the review committee. City funding allows us to continue to carry out our mission of providing quality, affordable counseling, shelter, case management, and education that strengthens our community and provides our clients with the ability to lead healthy and productive lives. Overall, our longstanding partnership with the city has been invaluable to our agency, and we're excited to continue to collaborate on improving the homeless and mental health services in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the final speaker, please?
Our final speaker is Patricia Killeen, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Patricia, you can unmute yourself and speak. She has now lowered her hand, so I think she will not be speaking.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you very much. And with that,
Nope. Okay, it's back down.
all right, we'll go to council now, Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I just want to join Mayor Pro Tem Gutierrez in appreciation for the committee and all of the careful and hard work that has to go into deciding how to, I think you said it best, to spread what isn't there among very worthy recipients. And there was a very encouraging story that you learned from having not been a recipient, what to do for the next time. And particular thank you to Lindsay Drews and Laura Doubles for working with applicants throughout the process. I know that's a really big part of the work leading up to it. And I'm especially grateful to Council for restoring that funding. It's really fantastic to see all those names and all those recipients, and that's because of Council decision to put that funding forward, and so really appreciative of that. And I think that's all. I'd be happy to move the recommendations if it's time for that.
Recommendation moved by Stettin.
I second.
Second by Gutierrez. Are there any further comments from council? Well, I'd like to join in and just thank once again the committee, because I know it's hard work and sometimes it's an emotional work, so well done. And with that, we'll go to a vote.
Mr. Mayor, I just need to take roll again on this side because Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez came late. So one moment, please.
There's one in every party, isn't there? Is everybody clear on the motion, by the way? Staff recommendation? Okay.
Okay.
We have a winner. I'm going to thank you. Congratulations. All right, very good. We will move on to the next item. If we would read that for us, please, Madam Clerk.
Yes, the next item is item 11, clarifying amendments to Municipal Code Section 26.50.070 relating to the definition of no-fault just cause for residential evictions. This is an ordinance. The recommendation is that council introduce and adopt as an emergency measure after reading in full an emergency ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by amending Section 26.50.070 pertaining to just cause for residential evictions.
Okay, a couple of things. This has been obviously a rather confusing item that hopefully Mr. Henschke will clear up for everyone, but in terms of public speech, there's a whole lot of you ready to go. So I'm going to limit public speak to 2 minutes per as opposed to 3. You may combine up to 3 people for a total of 5 minutes for one speaker if we do that, but you have to let us know what you're doing ahead of time. But for that, we will go ahead with Mr. Henschke, if you would, please.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Dan Henschke. I'm one of the Assistant City Attorneys, and I'm here to present today on the no-fault just cause amendment that is being proposed.
Oh my gosh, I'm so angry.
What does that mean?
Whose birthday was it?
One of the former public speakers had unmuted themselves accidentally.
Okay.
I've blocked that now.
Not to be thrown off stride, we'll proceed. Okay, so the purpose of today's meeting is to address changes to an existing law that prohibits eviction of a qualified tenant except for just cause. And the purpose of the proposed ordinance is to amend the definition of no-fault just cause, basically to make the language more clear. We're presenting this as an emergency ordinance. You may ask why. We've had some members of the community ask why is it an emergency ordinance? An emergency ordinance is just like any other regular ordinance of the City Council, except that it goes into effect immediately upon adoption in order to preserve public health, safety, or public peace, health, or safety are the reasons. Those are what's stated in the charter. The council determines whether it's appropriate to adopt an ordinance as an emergency measure to take effect immediately because of an urgent need. The reason it was presented as an urgency measure is it gives the council the greatest opportunity to act quickly if the council determines there's a need to act quickly. If you choose to act quickly, it must be adopted by 5 affirmative votes of the council. If there's not 5 affirmative votes, you can still introduce the ordinance and then adopt it at a subsequent meeting no less than 5 days after it's introduced. So that's the background as to why it's here as an urgency ordinance. So I want to discuss what are the types of no-fault just cause. And just to be clear, we're not proposing to change any other aspects of the current ordinance other than the definition of just cause. And so things like at-fault just cause, such as the failure to pay rent, is not affected by the proposed ordinance. And so we're only addressing the very limited issue of what is no-fault just cause. No-fault just cause includes owner occupancy of the unit, recovering the unit from the rental market in order for the owner or the owner's immediate family to live there. Withdrawal of the property from the rental market. In other words, not going to rent it anymore, maybe change it to a different use. It's simply no longer going to be offered on the rental market. Compliance with the governmental order, and that's defined in the ordinance, but that's another basis for just cause. If the reason for the eviction is because the government told you that you had to evict the resident because, for example, it's not safe for them to live there, or because the government might want to exercise eminent domain or whatever, that's a basis for a no-fault just cause. And then the most significant changes is within the area of demolition or substantial remodel of the unit. These are all defined in the current municipal code, and this particular subdivision is what we're addressing today. And that's Santa Barbara Municipal Code Section 26.50.070 B2. That's all we're really talking about today. So what are the proposed changes? And I've laid them out on the screen. I'm going to go through them in some detail so that we can make it all be clear as what we're doing. So under the current ordinance, no fault just cause can be established if there's an intent to occupy the rental unit by the owner or their immediate family. What we've done here, or proposing to do, is to change the definition to mean the owner seeks to, in good faith, to recover possession of the rental unit. In other words, going away from intent to occupy. Now, you would think that intent to occupy, which, by the way, comes out of state statute, implies good faith. But we've learned that that's not always the case. And so we want to make it clear that the recovery is for the purpose of really actually doing what you say you're going to do, which is essentially the elements of good faith. You're doing it not from ill motive. You're not doing it for an ulterior reason. You're doing it because you're going to go through with what you want to do. That's what good faith means here. So that's the first change. The second change is withdrawal from the rental market. In this one, it's the same thing. We added in, or recommending adding in, a good faith element, recovery of the possession to permanently withdraw the property from the rental market. And we also added in a provision that talks about removing essentially all the property. The idea here was we didn't want to be a situation where there was piecemeal removals because you result in a displaced tenancy and then vacant units that can become nuisance areas. So borrowing from other cities who have adopted similar regulations that Santa Barbara has, we thought that the intent of this council was really to, if you're going to withdraw the property from the rental market, you would be withdrawing all of the rental units on the property and not piecemealing the removal of tenants and establishment of a different use on the property. So borrowing from other cities, we used this, are proposing this amendment. The other, again, the owner is seeking to comply with a government order. Again, we added in the good faith element, and we also made it clear that a landlord could not construe an ordinance to require a tenant to be removed when it doesn't actually require the tenant to be removed. So we included an express requirement for the vacating of the of the unit into that provision. And so that was a minor amendment that we thought, again, was consistent with what the council told everybody the first time they adopted the ordinance with the existing language that is crossed out. So here's the last one, and this is the demolition or substantial remodel. Again, the existing code, modeling after state law, uses the word intent. I've already explained why intent can be problematic, and so we changed proposing to change the language so that it says that the owner seeks in good faith to recover the possession, to totally demolish or substantially remodel the rental unit, provided that the owner has done all of the following. Now, these provisions we're adding new, and this is to establish some procedural requirements to help prove up, if you will, that the action being taken is actually what is, for example, a substantial remodel or a demolition. And so the first is that the landlord needs to give a tenant an early alert notice advising the tenant of the owner's intent to terminate the lease in reliance on this subsection. Under the existing ordinance, there is an early tenant notice that is a 60-day notice. Right now, all that the 60-day early termination notice does is give the landlord the option, no requirement, but the option to pay relocation benefits in 2 payments. An early payment with the early notice and then a later payment, one half. That's at the landlord's option and is not a requirement. But because of the issues surrounding whether or not the eviction is for the actual purpose of a substantial renovation, giving the tenant early notice we thought was consistent with what the council was intending to do. The second is the landlord needs to obtain all the permits necessary to carry out the demolition or substantial remodel. We did hear some indication that evictions were being made for the purpose of a substantial remodel, and yet the unit would remain vacant for a while because permits were not actually obtained to do the substantial remodel. By the way, if there are any questions about building permits, don't ask me. I brought the building official. She can answer those questions because she's the expert in that and I am not. The next requirement is that they serve the tenants with a copy of the permits along with a written notice stating the reason for the termination, the type and scope of work to be performed, why the work cannot be reasonable. It's supposed to be reasonably. That was a typo I made. I'll own it. It's supposed to be a Y, not an E. I do know how to spell. Accomplished in a safe manner with the tenant in place, and why the work requires the tenant to vacate the residential property for at least 30 days. The copy of the notice can be given either concurrently, separately, or you can be given at the same time that you give the notice of the termination. So there's 2 notices. One is the early, I'm going to do it. The second notice is, I'm really going to do it, and here's the permits, and here's the reasons why. And then we want to make sure that they're filed with the Community Development Department, so we have a method of tracking the work that's actually being done. That's why that's there. So those are all of the amendments that we're talking about today. That's it. I wanted to put up the definition of substantially remodel because this definition, which is in the existing code, is straight out of state law, and it really says that a substantial remodel is one that requires the tenant to vacate the unit for more than 30 days because the work cannot be done with the tenant living in the place while the work is done. And then it has an example of what it does not include. But the most important part of the exclusion is that any work that can be performed safely without having the rental unit vacated is not a substantial remodel. And there are a lot of habitability improvements that can be made to a unit without having to move out. I mean, so I wanted to make sure that everybody knew that we were not changing or recommending changing the definition of substantial remodel. So the staff recommendation is to introduce and adopt as an emergency measure after reading in full with the corrections that I mentioned, the ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Section 26.50.070 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code pertaining to just cause for residential evictions. That concludes my slide presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, very good. Back to council for questions. We'll start out with Alejandro Gutierrez.
My question, and please be patient with me, because I'm still not understanding the good faith. And I know you explained it, but I'm just thinking people are still going to try to find loopholes. Is there any way that we can use a more direct language? Because in my mind, I can think that I'm doing, if I own the property, oh, it's in good faith. And the tenant can think about, well, no, this is not being in good faith. And I understand you keep on reading the law, it gets more specific. I just don't want to find ourselves back here.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Councilmember Gutierrez, is there a way?
Especially in slide 7 when we're talking about remodeling.
I understand. Sure. Could we try to define good faith? Yes, we could.
Can't we just say you have to do it? I mean, not, obviously we're going to use more clear legal terms, but something to that effect.
I mean, by just taking out the words good faith?
Something a lot stronger.
Okay, it's really hard to negotiate statutory language.
Okay, well, see, this is why you're the lawyer.
Let me try and answer your question this way. I did try to think about how could I best capture in trying to put an ordinance together the goal that says you have to do it for the reason that you're saying that you're doing it, and you can't have a bad motive, and you can't have ill intent. Good faith is a standard that we as lawyers and judges can understand. I mean, it's the actual intent to do the thing that you say that you're going to do, and you're doing it for the reasons that you say you're going to do it, and you're not trying to play hide the ball or doing it out of a malicious reason. That's a whole lot of words. And so there are other cities that do define good faith. And I saw an email that had a proposal by, I believe it may have been Legal Aid Society, the Renters Association, that had a definition. I think it came out of the San Francisco ordinance, but it may have been a different ordinance that defines good faith. So yes, it is possible. In my opinion, using the words in good faith, you know, they're doing this to recover possession in good faith. When you couple those together, they create a clear legal standard that the judges will enforce. Reasonable people can differ. I'm not prepared today to redraft the language. I need to think about how best to do it.
And so the reason behind this question is based on the experiences in my district. So what I don't want is a property owner from out of the city that owns an apartment complex of, let's say, 30 units. He gets really upset with the city and says, oh yeah, I'm going to remodel. Gets the permits, no problem, because he has the cash flow, and he just sits on the permits. Yes, the permits have an expiration date, but the people that need housing, they need the housing right away. so I don't want to see those type of scenarios, and maybe I'm overthinking too ahead, but is there a way that we can maybe define what good faith means? But we have to have some, I just think having good faith can also cause some sort of loopholes.
Honorable Mayor,
And it's the reason because of the city we live in here. We have a lot of landlords, and I'm not saying that all landlords are horrible, but they have the cash flow to pay these permits and kind of just sit on an empty, apartment room.
yeah, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, I understand what you're saying. I don't know that the particular issue goes to whether or not the person's acting in good faith, because if basically they're saying they're going to do it, they evict the tenants, and then they just don't do whatever the work is. They've essentially taken the property off of the rental market, and they're not renting it to anybody. If the issue is, how do you make sure that the tenant gets to stay there until the last possible moment before the work actually starts? I thought that we, in making the proposal that we made, actually accomplished that, because you have to give the tenant notice after you get the permits. There is a time limit on most permits, unless you get them extended, that requires you to prosecute the work promptly. And so some of that time might actually be taken, on the permit, might actually be taken up in the tenant moving out, so they might not be able to start work until later. So it does put the landlord in a situation where they wouldn't give the notice to terminate unless they were actually ready to construct. How we would retroactively go back, I don't know. I'd have to think about it, and I'm not prepared to propose a solution to that specific issue today. But I don't think that's an issue with the good faith definition.
So when a landlord terminates or the lease, so what's been happening, at least in my district, is, oh, we have to remodel or there's mold. You're going to have to leave for, let's say, 30 days, right? And so the tenant will come back and say, hey, what's the update? And the apartment's already rented out. So is there something that we can put in that clause where it says, you're going to terminate a lease, but there needs to have a paper sign where they are allowed to come back if they want to come back or whatever?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, could we establish a right to re-rent? I think the answer is probably yes. Could we do that today? I think the answer to that is no, because that's a material change and a substantial revision that would need to go back through the ordinance committee process. If the council were to direct that, I'd want to research a little bit. I have seen those kinds of right to re-rent provisions in other city ordinances. We'd want to research a little bit further to make sure that we're not preempted in some way, and then bring it back to council after fully contemplating how to do a right to re-rent. I would not recommend doing that today, but could we do it? Yes, we possibly could.
That was my question. I know there's a lot more to it, especially if there's going to be expenditures. The rent might go up. I totally understand, but that was my question. Thank you. Thanks.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and walk through these logically, Dan. On slide 5 on the withdrawal from the market, is there language somewhere else other than this particular ordinance that talks about the length of withdrawal? So if somebody's going to withdraw, what does that really mean?
Well, in this, if we can put the slide back up, in this, we said permanently. And so our proposal is and you withdraw it permanently from the rental market, which would essentially mean you're changing the use. Now, in the land use context, does permanent mean in perpetuity? No. It means until you lawfully change the use to some other use. And so, but that requires a governmental process. And so that's why we inserted the basically the word permanently, so it was not a temporary withdrawal and then putting it back on the market as soon as you got the current people out and got new people in at a raised rent. That was not the intention of this, and that's why we added the word permanent.
Then I've had some pointed emails on the, all the units on the same parcel, so help me with that. So if you're not, if you go back to the prior slide and you're not a family member as we define it, I can say those are family members, but someone else that's going to be put in that not as a rental, I could probably think hard and come up with somebody that's not as we define it, and it's part of a fourplex or whatever, part of an apartment building, why are we burdening that entire parcel with a specific permanent withdrawal for one unit?
The idea is that you would not piecemeal the removal. And so why would you do it? It keeps the rental unit on the market until that rental unit is going to be permanently removed along with all the other rental units. If that rental unit is going to be occupied by the owner or a member of their immediate family, it can be removed for a different reason.
Right.
But if that rental unit is going to be removed, for example, to create a commercial use, well, then the entire property should become a commercial use. At least that was the intent behind it. So you wouldn't get piecemealing of units.
So remind me, are duplexes exempt from all this?
Yes.
Okay, so fourplexes aren't, or threeplexes aren't, right? When do they fall out of?
Fourplex, I need to go back and look directly at the ordinance, but.
So let's just say they're not.
Fourplexes, I do not believe fourplexes are.
Part of it.
Single families are exempt, single families and that includes ADUs are exempt.
Yep.
So I read one of the emails
But a
and a lot of the things
duplex
they were
is
talking
also
about.
exempt, you think,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just say a triplex. So the flip side of that argument, of course, is that if somebody really wants to withdraw one of the triplexes, they withdraw all three.
Right.
And you lose the 2 units that you would have had if you had the option just to withdraw the 1.
Yes. But again, the intent was really to deal with the larger multi-unit units and the withdrawal of all of the units on the same parcel. Again, this is not something we just made up.
Okay.
It's something that other jurisdictions use to address the conversion of property, and if you're going to convert, you do it. You don't do it over time.
Is it successfully used to solve a problem, or is it just successfully used and then adopted by other people who don't know if it's solving a problem?
Whether or not it solves a problem is a political judgment for members of the city council.
Okay, fair enough. Then on, we talked about this, but I just want to talk about it in front of everybody else too. So the process as you're outlining is that, and I know you're going to tell me too, that then we get into state law and leases or not leases and what that means, but you're recommending that early tenant alert would be at 60 days, but potentially the landlord would not have to show up until literally the day before the vacate date to show the tenant all of the subsequent requirements in those bullet points, right?
Actually, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, Councilmember Jordan, no, not quite right. The early notice can be given at any time, but it has to be given no less than 60 days in advance. Then, at the time you give the actual notice of termination to vacate because you're doing the substantial remodel, that's when you give the notice of all of the permits. That notice to vacate has an additional period of time attached to it. And my recollection is it's between 30 and 60 days for that notice of
So
termination.
it would always be 30 days at least.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, well, yes.
And what's wrong with linking both of those timelines up? Or what would be the pros and the cons? So my assumption is somebody who's going to do substantial remodel or renovation is doing a project, and they're looking at plans, permits, architects, contractors over a period of time. They're not just making it up in the last they're hopefully not just making it up in the last 30 days for reasons of their own. And so what would be the plus and the minus of giving that certain notice at an earlier date? So let's just for giggles today, say 60, and giving the tenant much more firm plans that they really will have to be out at an earlier date than wait until 30 days.
Honorable members of the council, Councilmember Jordan, in other words, kind of flip the notice?
Well, no, make both notices the same length of advance. So if you have to give, maybe even retitle them, but if you have to give something called a early tenant alert notice at 60 days, why not make the requirement that you also have to give the notice of termination with all the other requirements at 60 days also? Because let me just give you my opinion. You're not finding a replacement rental unit in 30 days in this town, right? So what can we do to nudge to certainty the amount of time a tenant has to find replacement accommodations, while also recognizing that to do a substantial remodel or renovation, you're not just working on that at day 35. You should be working on that at day 60 or day 90, right?
Honorable members of the council, I think I'm following you.
Okay.
Let me answer it this way. The reason for the early notice was essentially because the landlord has to act in good faith. So the notice has to be given, the early notice has to be given in good faith. And that would give put the tenant on notice that the landlord has essentially started the process of getting all the necessary permits and things. And then, when they got the permits, they would get the notice that they actually have to move out. And so, it seems, to my way of thinking, that the existing provision accomplishes what you're looking for, because I think it gives at least a 90 to 120-day period that the tenant would know.
Or what I'm saying really is maybe all I need to do is argue about changing the early tenant notice to a sooner date.
And honorable members of the council, sure, that's a different provision of the code.
Okay.
Right. It's not here today,
Right.
and that's one of those we would want to send back and
We
go
had this
through
conversation.
the process.
Yeah, but I just want to plant that seed, because I just don't, however this ends up and whatever the process is, I just don't see these timelines working in the real world. And then I had a question on your definition of substantial remodel. And so when I read that paragraph, the example that comes up to me is termite tenting. You have to vacate for termite tenting, but it's only a 3-day process. But does it fall in the first part of that paragraph or the second part of that paragraph then?
Honorable members of the council, it does not fall within the definition of substantial remodel.
Even though you are being required to vacate?
You have to vacate for a period of less than 30 days, and that would not be a justification to evict a tenant
And then,
under this
in
ordinance.
other examples like that that I can't think of, the requirement would be for a normal tenant in that relationship that the property owner would have to find temporary housing for their tenant during that up to 30-day period.
I'm a lawyer for the city and not a landlord tenant, but I think the answer is yes, they would have to find some other place for their tenant to go while they're making the habitability repairs. Under state law, landlords do have an obligation to keep their occupancies habitable, and there's a lot of things that can be done to make them habitable that require permits, and require repairs and but they don't require the tenant to vacate for more than 30 days. A lot of them can be done with the tenant in place. I had a conversation with a building official about many of the so-called remodel repairs can be done quickly and without people moving out. And so a vast majority of the habitability work that is required if you're going to legally rent in California should probably be able to be done without having to remove somebody out. If you're going to have to do it and move them out, then you do it before you re-rent to somebody else.
Okay. And then just one more set of questions, and you and I have talked about this too, but is it fair, I mean, would you think it's fair to say that the reason we're requiring clarity in the language to reflect what you believe is council's original intent is not because people are breaking the law out there, it's simply because the prior ordinance was not clear enough to catch certain situations that were part of the intent? Is that a pretty fair statement?
That may be a very fair statement, but it's not a judgment that is within my capabilities or responsibilities.
So here's where I go to. In a couple places in the staff report, and then in a couple more particularly that bother me in the ordinance, you put in phrases that involve the words apparent loopholes or exploiting tenants. And my question is does that type of language have to be in there to make the findings in an emergency basis? Because as I told you, I think the people that were sitting up here, myself included, did not realize that the ordinance put in place had those pieces in them that would allow people to legally move in that direction. And so do we need to, is there anything in this process regarding findings or emergency adoption have to point the finger at landlords and using words like loopholes and exploiting, because really all they're doing is employing the ordinance as we adopted it?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, the language that was chosen was carefully chosen. We talked about apparent loopholes and exploitation because of allegations that have been made. What findings you ultimately adopt are the council's to make. I would point out that the existing law that we adopted was based upon state law, which uses Civil Code Section 1942.6 uses the intent language which we copied. As I indicated earlier, in my opinion, the language of the state law does not create a loophole. The language in the state law, when you intend to do something like the no fault, that means you intend to carry it out and you're not doing it for a bad reason or malmotive. However, because we have the ability to go beyond state law in adopting a local ordinance, staff chose to present to you different language that we thought was more clear and consistent with what this council wanted to do, as opposed to simply what was in the state law.
Okay. We could suggest rewriting that part of the ordinance on the fly today, though, probably just changing out a few words, right?
You have the ability to amend the ordinance.
Thank you.
While you're here within the findings.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. Going back to the 60 days, I just want to understand. So you have the 60-day early notice, and then at that point, the property owner would be working to get the permits. And then what happens if, say, it takes another 60 days, or in addition to that, it takes another 40 days to get the permit, so it's 100 days to get the permits. And then they would come back and say they now have the permits, and then that would trigger 30 more days? And so I'm just trying to say, if they don't have the permits 60 days later, what happens?
If they don't have the permits 60 days later, they would not give the tenant notice of termination of the tenancy and evict. By the way, the 60 days is an at least. And so it's not, it doesn't create any deadlines. It's just, it was a way to, in our opinion, give the tenant the ability to know what was coming and to really kind of participate in the process. If necessary, go and look at the building permits, go and do the things while the permits were being processed. And then when they actually got the notice, they then have the ability to fight an unlawful detainer action based upon the termination notice. So what we were trying to do was within the structure of the existing ordinance, we weren't trying to change any of the remedies, any of the other structure. Within the structure of the existing ordinance, make it clear to both landlord and tenants what the rules are for particularly substantial remodels.
So in this case, there would be clarity. One is the property owner would then be working to get those permits, and then the tenant would know, so the tenant would be able to follow that process. So the tenant could choose to wait out and see what happens, or start looking for another place at least 60 days out, and they'd have the additional time when they actually get served with the.
Right, and then at the end of when they got the termination notice, they would get their relocation payments. They would have all of those benefits and remedies that are in the existing law. We're trying to change that.
Right, and then going back to the good faith, I had similar questions to Councilmember Gutierrez, but could you just help understand? You kind of touched on it, but with intent versus good faith, how does good faith in terms of state, whether it's state law or not, how is that legally a more precise definition of what can be had? And an example I would say is, for example, you had an out-of-town property owner who owned a unit. They wanted to go back into that unit because, say, they're retiring, and then right before they're coming back, they have something that come up, a medical emergency or whatever it is, and so they can't retire early, so now they're not going to vacate the unit. And so it could at first appear that they sent the notice to vacate it, but then they never followed through. But how would that be different intent versus good faith?
Sure, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. I think it's very important to not isolate the words good faith from the rest of the sentence. The way that the law reads right now, it says, for example, in the context of the owner occupancy, it's just cause if you're recovering intent to occupy the rental unit by the owner or their spouse, or in domestic children, you can read the rest of it. By shifting it around a little bit, they're seeking to recover, seeks in good faith to recover for that purpose. And so the goal here is to make sure it's the actual reason is why they're doing it. In the example that you used, where they were acting in good faith at the time that they gave the notice, but things changed. They had a health condition that resulted in an inability to do what they wanted to do, and so that now they've got to make a different course of action. They did not enter into that possession of the property for the purpose of evading any requirement or for the purpose of taking it off the market except for the reason that they had originally intended. As it happened, it turned out later that they couldn't do it because of an external circumstance. That's part of good faith. And that's part of what we were trying to address here.
And on the flip side, good faith would be a stronger standard for somebody who was claiming something and then claiming that they wanted to occupy it, get the tenant out, and they don't. So there'd be a stronger standard on the flip side as well. So there's, as I understand it, it helps both the good faith could actually help both sides if it came down to a dispute.
Honorable members of the City Council, any good landlord should have no problem complying with the requirements of the law that we're proposing. I mean, these are things that you would do if you're trying to comply with the law. And so I don't see this as creating any kind of meaningful, changing to good faith helps protect the tenants and does not create an obstacle for the landlord.
Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Thank you. Well, first of all, really, thank you for bringing this to council today. So from my perspective, you heard what we were hearing, that there was an apparent loophole, and we looked at it and brought back language that addresses just that very narrow band within this ordinance. So just thank you, first of all, for that. So my question, I have a couple questions. One, can you just confirm for me, so if a property owner wants to substantially remodel or withdraw a unit or recover the unit and is acting in good faith, so small property owner, large property owner, what is the process for that to happen according to this ordinance? What would be the process for that?
The process for all except, the substantial remodel has a little bit of a different process. But under the existing just cause ordinance, which we're not recommending any changes to, there would be a notice of termination. The landlord would give the appropriate notice. The tenant would vacate. If the tenant didn't vacate and were believed that the landlord was acting not in compliance with the ordinance, the tenant would have an affirmative defense and an unlawful detainer action to be able to show that a judge that the landlord was not complying with the law, and therefore the tenant should not have to be removed because of the just cause. And if they are evicted, the landlord is required to pay the relocation payment to the tenants as provided in the existing ordinance in an amount set by city council resolution. So that's the process. What we're adding relates to the substantial remodel or the demolition, and that is, in those particular cases, you have to give the early notice and then get the permits, give the notice of the permits, and then do the work. Why did we have the early notice in that one and not the others? And really, it related to the fact that there was a permitting process for virtually anything that gets done inside a building requires some kind of permit. Replacement of water heaters, furnaces, replacement of drywall and things, and requires permits because they need inspections.
So if a property owner is acting in good faith, there's nothing about this that changes. It's only problematic if there is intention differently.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, yes.
Okay, thank you. So then I have some questions on, we received, I believe it came to the clerk, this clarifying amendments to this ordinance, and the partial list was from Legal Aid Foundation, CAUSE, SBCAN, Santa Barbara Tenants Union, Surge, and Santa Barbara Young Democrats. Do you have that letter?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, yes, I received it shortly before the council meeting.
Great. So I have some questions on that. So on that number 1 on that letter, and I believe this is public record because it was in with the clerk's office. So in any part in the process, does the tenant get a written explanation of why they're being evicted for just cause? Is it a verbal that a property owner says why they're evicting, or is it in any written form anywhere?
Yes. It's in written form, and it's actually in the existing in the existing ordinance. The existing ordinance says that the written notice to terminate tenancy shall state in full the facts and circumstances constituting the at-fault just cause or the no-fault just cause for termination. And so in the existing ordinance, there's a definition of at-fault just cause, and there's a whole bunch of those, you know, including like non-payment of rent and other things, living there illegally, doing illegal activities, those kinds of things. And then there's the no fault. And so in either case, you have to give the full facts and circumstances stating the reason. So it's already there.
Okay, so number 1 on that letter is already addressed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then number 2 on that, there's a suggestion to strike sort of the examples of the cosmetic or the non-substantial remodels, including painting, decorating, minor repairs, routine maintenance, or other work that can be performed safely without the rental unit vacated. Do you see any benefit in striking the specifics of that and just having it defined as substantial or not substantial, or if you could comment on that?
Honorable members of the council, I'll give the same answer to that question that I gave earlier to Councilmember Jordan's question. I would need to think about it. I would need to look at it. If you want to make other changes to the ordinance, including those, for example, that were raised by Councilmember Gutierrez, give us instruction. We'd be happy to do it and bring it back at a later time.
Okay, thank you. And then I just have one more. Is good faith, it's a legal definition that people in the legal world understand, or not so much?
Honorable members of the council, it's a standard that we do understand in the legal profession. And you do something, let's be honest, we do it, it's a common sense. If you do something in good faith, you're doing it for the real reasons. If you don't do it in good faith, you're not. And sometimes we overthink things because they're written into a law, but the general rule of common sense applies to some of these interpretations. And when you, like I said, if you're acting in good faith, you're not doing it because you're out to hurt the other person.
And honestly, that's what I believe most property owners are, acting in good faith. So as long as that's what's already happening, there's nothing in this language that changes that other than the requirement that it be actually in good faith. Okay. And so then this is my last question, that number 4, defining good faith, is that recommended or not recommended?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, again, I just got this proposed language. I have seen it in other ordinances. Whether it's necessary or unnecessary, I really can't comment on at this time. And I would want to have a chance to at least think about it and draft it and let it run through the process.
Fair enough. Thank you so much.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will second the appreciation and thanks very much for getting us here. First, just a procedural question. We're calling this an emergency ordinance, and I think I'm getting it confused with an urgency action. So I'm wondering if we pass this today, it's permanent, right? The other action has like a 90-day effectiveness window. So can you just clarify that for me?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, sure.
Okay.
There's a provision in the State Planning Act that deals with land use regulations, like zoning laws. And it really kind of dates back to the 70s and 80s when we were adopting moratoria. And so the state legislature came in and basically said, if you adopt a zoning regulation or a moratorium by an urgency action, it's effective for 90 days, and then you have to do something else. And so that's where that comes from. It only applies in the context of those kinds of zoning or land use regulations. This is not one of those kinds of situations. The adoption of urgency ordinances or emergency ordinances is what they're called in Santa Barbara Charter, is a recognition of the fact that many times the government needs to take immediate action to protect public health, safety, and welfare. Ordinances, laws normally get introduced, adopted at a different time frame, and then go into effect 30 days later. Urgency ordinances are an authorization when the council determines that it's necessary and acts by a supermajority vote to be able to allow the ordinance to go into effect immediately. And that's what we're talking about today, is that kind of an ordinance.
Great, thank you so much. And then just one more question. In the same vein as Councilmember Sneddon's on the letter that we received from the Legal Aid Foundation and others, not as to the substance, but I'm hoping you can give us a recommendation about how we might move forward if we wanted to see these changes. And I think, frankly, they're relatively minor language changes from my perspective. If we wanted to see these changes included, would we pass the emergency ordinance today and simultaneously recommend that it go back to ordinance committee for additional review? Or how would that process, how would you recommend that we approach that if that's the direction that council would like to take?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, my recommendation is to adopt the ordinance that's before you today. If there's a list of additional things that you would like us to take a look at, direct staff, you can do that today by council action, direct staff to look at, put together your birthday list of what you want, and then we'll go back and look at it and bring it back to you.
Thank you.
Okay, I've just got one question, Mr. Hensky. So I'm a landlord. Tell me what we're doing today that is substantially changing my business model, my responsibilities, or anything going forward.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, acknowledging that you're an honorable landlord that would act in good faith, it does not change anything that you would be doing.
Okay, very good. All right, so we have to take a translator break. And we're going to do that now, right before we're going to go into public speaks. So we will come back here at just about 4:15. And we got to give the translators a break. Thank you for your patience, and we'll be ready to hear you when we get back. For those of you online that are looking to raise your hand to speak, once we start public comment, I'm going to give another 10-minute warning to raise your hand. And that will be it. So we have a lot of speakers, and we want to make sure we get to hear everybody. Thank you very much. We'll see you in about 15 or so minutes. this back to order, if we may. We'll get into our public comment now. Once again, it's 2 minutes per speaker, but I do have a couple of people that donated their time to Nicholas Dumont, to Paul Burns. Is Nicholas Dumont here? Okay, thank you. And Shirley Jansen.
Susan Jansen donated.
I'm sorry?
Susan Jansen donated. Shirley Jansen would like to keep her time.
Oh,
Susan wants to go.
who's got?
So I got those backwards. So this is Susan.
Gave you one thing to
And
do.
she's there.
Okay. Okay, so Susan and Nicholas are giving their time to Paul Burns. Is that correct?
Yes, you're.
Okay, Paul Burns, please. And I'm going to be messing around with it. I'm going to try to get the timer right. You have a total of 5 minutes, so you'll see the 2-minute thing go away, and then I'm going to start the 3-minute because that's the kind of technology we buy around here. All right, please go ahead.
Honorable Mayor Rouse, members of the City Council. My colleague, Mr. Hensky, has agreed that I can use his slides. They were so good. Safe, decent, sanitary housing is a necessity and human right. That's the preamble to this particular proposed amendment. Unfortunately, this amendment has nothing to do with safe, decent, and sanitary housing. It is all about the incredible dearth of affordable housing. So let's put it on the table. That's what it is. I would like to preface my remarks by saying any landlord who attempts to use any of the no-fault just cause bases for eviction as a ruse or as an insincere means of getting tenants out should not be supported and should be charged, prosecuted civilly, criminally, whatever the law permits. However, this ordinance as written is a tenant-centric disaster for property owners in Santa Barbara. Let's take a look at, if we could, I believe it was 4, slide number 4. The original language mirrors the state law, which has been litigated, largely in San Francisco. The intent to occupy standard has gone through the test. Property owners who did not have a real intent to occupy but used the, taking the unit off the market under the Ellis Act, as it is known, and didn't really have an intent to put a family member in there, have been found to have violated that act, have been fined. Council Member Gutierrez and Friedman's comments about what does good faith mean are very insightful because the truth is, it is not that clear. Good faith, yes, it's a legal term, but it's also subject to interpretation. And then it comes down to, is it objective good faith? Is it subjective good faith? Should he have known he was going to retire? Or was there a good chance he wasn't going to retire? It is a bludgeon in the hands of the city attorney against landlords. It should not be changed. Intent to occupy, tried and true, no basis for that. It doesn't add anything except gives the prosecutorial arm another argument. Can we move to the next slide? Again, good faith to recover a possession. Permanently, my goodness, permanently means under California law, under the Plain Meaning Act, permanently. Under present law, a landlord could remove their property for 1, 2, 3 years and then decide, maybe I want to rent it. People need space, there's demand. Under this law, they could be prosecuted. Bear in mind, these are criminal ordinances that carry criminal penalties. That word should not be used because permanently means forever, and who knows what that means. Can we go to the next slide? Oh, and one more comment about that section. What is the point? The idea that you can't remove one out of a property that has 4 cottages, who does that help? It just constrains the owner's property right. What if they need an office and they want to keep the other 4 in service? No value to this city to make them take all or none. Next slide, please. Again, the local ordinance in this case, state law determines when you have to vacate. Can we go to the, you can't go beyond state law. Can we go to the next slide, please? This is the most problematic at all. Mayor Rouse asked, how will this affect my business? It is an onerous restriction. This requires, if we go to the next slide, the property owner to become a contracting expert, an engineer expert, and a health and safety expert, and give an explanation up front why the tenants can't stay in the unit during construction. That shouldn't be in there. That safe manner. Give a writing why the work cannot reasonably be accomplished in a safe manner with the tenant in place. What landlord wants that liability? Oh, I told you to stay there, you got hit in the head during construction, you slipped and fell on some nails, and now you're in the hospital. This is a nightmare for property owners. This is about a lack of affordable housing. It is a valid concern. But What final comment. The landlord should not be penalized. They didn't create this problem. It's been decades' decision of the city of Santa Barbara, community and your predecessors coming together to say, let's not build 6 stories at Alex Keck Park. Let's have a small city with spread out, low dense housing. Do not adopt this ordinance. Finally, you can't do it on an emergency basis. There are pending notices. It is unconstitutional and will invite challenges and likely an overturning. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Horn is the next speaker.
Hello, Council. I am in favor of the emergency ordinance, but I realize there are things that need to be worked out about it, and you'll hear about that from the landlords that are local landlords, good landlords. My beloved city is Santa Barbara, and it's becoming a place that I'm being ashamed of because of the housing problem. We need our city to be the city that cares. And I remember when I moved here to come to college, and then later in the 60s, and then later married and had kids, and I worked here for 30 years in public health. I was surprised early on in my job, when I learned that there were 900 nonprofits to serve the community in Santa Barbara alone. Now there are more in North County and around, so that's really great. But that meant that the people in this city really cared about the community. And anyway, there are things that are overshadowing that now with the lack of affordable housing. And so now people can't stay because of lack of affordable housing. And our kids are growing up here, our talent is leaving, our creative people are leaving, workers, teachers, students are being forced out because of lack of affordable housing, as you know. I mean, you all know that. I'm not saying anything new here, but it's so heartbreaking. And I have a friend, Anna Rico, who grew up here, got a job as a bilingual community organizer for Coast, and then she got another job as a bilingual community organizer. Is that my time?
That's your time, Ms. Horn, yes.
Oh. Anyway, she had to leave, and it just broke my heart, so I don't want that to keep happening.
Thank you. Amber Asher. Amber Asher. Okay. Loy Beardsmore.
Mayor and council members, I would like to suggest that you ask to see the data and proof to back up such an ordinance amendment is really needed. How many supposed rent evictions have actually occurred that were outside this ordinance clearly stated parameters? Do you trust tenants more than landlords? Recently, as reported in the SB Independent, it appears the renovation of the property on Lacumba Road clearly met your current ordinance, and yet the tenants union and the Independent have done with that story is deplorable. Have you consulted with this property provider for his truth? My concern is the language of proof that will be acceptable for this explanation. If permits are to be applied for, isn't that enough? Are we going to have an architect, contractor, attorney write this up? And requiring the word explanation is ambiguous language, and I'm not even an attorney. I've heard Attorney Henske use the word eviction when referring to a tenant being noticed. Distinct differences that I would not expect an attorney to use. And I've heard council members use the same terminology. I spoke to the council about the city's vulnerability, about litigation for 3 times the rent relocation fee for that vote. It was based on emotion. I directly remember the city attorney saying he could only defend 1.5 times the study's language. So are you being sued at this point for that? And will this language result in litigation? That's another question. Tenant advocacy groups are not going to stop or accept that landlords do renovations, even if they meet all the criteria. Tenants aren't just asking for explanations. They're not satisfied with relocation fees. They believe landlords should put them up in temporary housing for the 30 days plus and offer the unit back at the same rate that they're paying now. Lastly, I ask that you speak with property providers to get their truth, not just listen to only tenants. We're good landlords, we're doing the right thing. Please give us the same respect as you're giving them. Thank you.
Thank you. Frederick Lang.
Thank you for this opportunity. Good faith is not an objective standard. I mean, I know I'm a bad person because I'm a landlord, but you do not get to make me a criminal because of the way you interpret my motivations. And sorry, I lost my train of thought. The point is, you talk about out-of-town landlords and stuff. I don't want to own property in this town. I don't know why somebody would want to come in from somewhere else and buy up stuff, and I should have taken notes. But basically, it comes down to you can't make somebody a bad person just because you think that you don't like what they're doing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Frederick Lang. Oh, I'm sorry. You were Frederick Lang. Sorry about that. I'm going to give you another shot. Teresa Patino.
Good afternoon, City Council members and Mayor Rose. Is this emergency ordinance to be applied to mass evictions only, or is this going to be a blanket ordinance on all units in the city of Santa Barbara? Before you pass this ordinance, we want evidence on all the evictions that are happening in the city. We would like to see emails to you from the tenants. We would like to see the reports from the Santa Barbara Rental Mediation that supports such evictions. Which council members have been provided evidence of such evictions with all the facts from both sides, tenant and housing providers? What are the loopholes in the spirit of transparency for the housing providers that are going to be impacted? We understand as landlords that any action to recover a unit must adhere to the law. What loopholes are you closing? If there is a bad actor, go after them under the current law. There is nothing preventing the city attorney to seek recourse against housing providers that are not complying with the municipal code. You are opening up a can of worms. The city's own housing element report supports the need and necessity to maintain the older housing stock. Ironically, just a handful of years ago, you were criminally prosecuting a housing provider for failure to properly maintaining the units. How did we go from prosecuting someone for failure to maintain a unit where you are preparing to enact an ordinance that will prevent the prompt remediation of safety and health issues? We may have a multi-unit building where there is a catastrophic failure in one unit that requires removal of the tenant, like a water line rupture, a sewer line rupture, an electrical failure, water intrusions from storms. You are going to create an ordinance that prevents the timely correction of any of the above that the tenant needs to be removed to do that work. Often to recover the funds from insurance, you must comply with their requests, and their number one concern is risk mitigation. They do not want tenants in units that could be exposed to harm or hazards. You are throwing out a wide net that could have catastrophic impacts to the health and safety of other tenants when one unit of a multifamily complex needs to be renovated. Remember, renovictions is a very vague term.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Delia Smith? I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, somebody ceding their time?
I am. I'm using my time to Betty.
Okay. Nadia Ashaban Abushando? Yeah. I guess. I got it right the last time. Oh, well.
One day. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Nadia Abu Shanab, and I'm here on behalf of myself as a renter and SB CAN, the Santa Barbara County Action Network. First of all, I want to say thank you so much to staff and to council for pushing this issue so quickly and responding directly to the complaints that have been raised by Santa Barbara tenants facing illegal renovictions. We wholeheartedly support the staff recommendations and hope that you will pass this emergency ordinance today to clarify the original intent of the Just Cause ordinance. We also urge you to direct staff to further consider the recommendations made in the community letter that was referenced. And we believe that these requests are in line with what the council has already approved and with what staff recommended, but go even further to close loopholes in the law and make sure that tenants are protected to the fullest extent possible. And we agree with what Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez was also saying about including a right to return for tenants once the renovations are complete, and we would love to see that as part of this ordinance as well. And you've heard over the last several weeks people's stories of going through this experience of renoviction. I shared my own story of being evicted last year and how the majority of my housemates ended up moving away from Santa Barbara because they weren't able to find another place to live. We had lived in an affordable, limited equity housing cooperative for several years, and that home was sold to a private landlord, and he's the one who evicted us to do the renovations. I went back to that house recently and saw that the cabinets had been painted, there was a new sink in the kitchen, and the landscaping was updated, and that was about it. I do not believe this should have qualified as a substantial remodel, and we easily could have remained in the unit while they did the work. And now the house is occupied by international SBCC students, who I'm sure are paying much more than we had been, and it seems like that was clearly the intent of doing the renovations. For every tenant story you've heard, there are 10 more who were not able to be here to share their story because they've been displaced and already forced to move out of the town.
You're out of time now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joanna Sanchez?
Hi. Hello, Honorable Mayor and Council and public. I'm here a part of a group of the Santa Barbara Renters Union. I myself, thank you for your time. This is about renoviction. I have personally gone through that. As a result, I am a happy member of the Santa Barbara Rescue Union, and it's a place where we go for shelter because I was on the streets here in Santa Barbara. So I hold the title there at the Santa Barbara Rescue Mission as a volunteer, and to hold my bed, I clean toilets, and I clean floors, and I make sure that the business is moving in a very, clean manner because we are contending with COVID. I myself am been in new home build since my early 20s. I'm 51. My main expertise is density and infill. Number one in Los Angeles, especially with, they call it gentrification. And gentrification can be something positive when we speak together with the council, with the builder, with the developers, and with the public. And that's something that can bring in tax revenue as well as sustain the community. And my point to you is that with renoviction, it's only allowable if we have livable concerns. And I believe one of our members of the public outlined that really well. So I want to thank you for your time. And I'm very gracious to be here in Santa Barbara. My grandfather, Jack, is a Yaqui Chumash German World War II veteran. So this has been something I'm very grateful to be here in this city. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next speaker is Nick Gonzalez, and Laura Bodie is going to dedicate her time. Is that correct? Is Laura here? Okay, very good. So, Mr. Gonzalez, you have 4 minutes. I'll keep it, Naomi.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, I'm very much confused. I think your question that was answered, Mr. Rose, summarized why I'm confused. Your legal counsel stated that it will not change how a housing provider operates. So why are we making a change? So what I have witnessed here today is a concern about displacement, primarily from large renovations. And what you're doing is you are going on a wholesale effort and you're getting everybody caught in. The smaller mom and pops, the moderates, as well as the larger agencies. You are going to put a substantial chill on the upkeep and the maintenance of your property. I looked at your housing element the other day. You have over 8,000 units built prior to 1940. You have over 2,000 units built prior between the years of 1940 and 1950. Even if you addressed the need to maintain these properties at a 1% level, you would have hundreds of units that you need to be keeping up every year. Each and every time you add another layer, another restriction, and it is a restriction because in your agenda, it stated the intent was to be more restrictive. It states that. And to address apparent loopholes. Not real loopholes, apparent loopholes. There was no concrete evidence presented. But each time you add a layer, you drive the smaller mom and pop operator out of the business. We don't have the resources and the time to do this. The biggest thing is you're going to see the impact for necessary health and safety issues. If I have to remove one tenant from one building in a multi-building, even a fourplex, your ordinance says I got to kick everybody out. If I have a health and safety issue and I have to immediately respond, I'm not going to be able to. I understand and I appreciate the tenant's concern, and I understand and appreciate the urgency of what they're trying to do, but the net you're throwing is going to cause you one heck of a headache. I don't think you can do this today. I think you have to sit back, you have to reevaluate what your ultimate goal is, have your city attorney reword or reevaluate. He had plenty of questions that were unanswered today. With all those unanswered questions, you can't make that decision and go forward on an emergency meeting. And at the bottom line, I question the fact that you have police power to ensure the public, he's mentioned this several times, the public safety and health, right, and peace. This, in my opinion, and I'm not an attorney, but this is contrary to that police power. Courts have already said you can't do that. I mean, if you're adding a layer and you're preventing or delaying the necessary prompt addressing of public health and safety concerns by adding layers, you're in contradiction. Please reconsider what you're doing. Have maybe a side panel with some of the property housing providers and make something that's workable and that addresses the real problem, which is the people that are not adhering to the spirit of the laws you have in place now.
Thank you. Stanley Zankoff?
Hello again, members of the council, city staff, mayor. I just want to start off by saying, just to be really clear, that the past speaker was talking about this is casting a wide net. This isn't about casting a net. This is like if you had a net that had a bunch of holes in it, you would want to repair them. The net is already cast, and this is just clarifying language so that we can align previously passed tenant protections that are common sense, that are setting a level playing field for all landlords, and quite honestly is good governance, right? If we're seeing that the law is currently being absolutely circumvented by these bad actor property owners, why wouldn't we address it? So it's with that that I support the staff recommendation for clarity. I do want to uplift the letter by a number of organizations that was submitted to you all. We've seen so many horrific examples of corporate flipper companies coming in and simply using the existing loopholes to get around the current laws. So if you're acting in good faith and you're acting in the spirit of just cause, this isn't remotely controversial. In fact, it's good governance, and should probably give you, peace of mind. If you're doing your job regularly, maintaining your property, you're getting the permits you need, you can make more than plenty of profit in your investment, you communicate with your tenants about the work you're going to do before you tell them to pack up and leave, then nothing changes. And in fact, you're probably even better off because your business won't be competing with these horrible companies who are selling out our neighbors and cutting corners. So if you're pretending that you need to renovate just so you can sneak a fast one by our city, you evict your tenants, and primarily so you can just make unfettered and staggering amounts of profits, then maybe you should oppose this, right? So I do want to really say my deepest thanks to the staff who has been working really hard on this and who's been really responsive. And this is going to make a difference in the lives of families who are literally facing eviction now.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Estela Montaño.
Muy buenas tardes, señor presidente y miembros del ayuntamiento. Mi nombre es Estela Montaño. Siento que no haya traducción de español a inglés. Espero que me entiendan. Pero vivo en Santa Bárbara y estoy aquí a favor de pedirles de la manera más atenta que pasen esta solución lo más pronto posible. Porque no quiero ser una víctima más de las que tenga que estar buscando vivienda porque me están corriendo de mi departamento, el cual aparte necesita demasiados arreglos. No los hacen y ¿qué es lo que nos hacen hacer? Nos dicen que arreglan y nos sacan. Y nosotros somos los que pagamos las consecuencias. Nadie de aquí gana el sueldo que yo gano. No puedo rentar otro lugar. ¿Por qué? Porque está demasiado alta la renta. Y eso es lo que están haciendo ahora, sacándonos. ¿Para qué? Para poder subir la renta al precio que a ustedes les guste, al precio que ustedes tengan. Me gustaría tener una casa propia. Jamás la voy a tener. ¿Por qué? Por lo mismo que está sucediendo. Y es por eso que estoy aquí. No quiero ser una víctima más y seguiré viniendo aquí para poder pedirlo nuevamente de la mejor manera que sea posible. Y espero no venir a decir que soy una víctima que me están sacando. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Gracias. Okay, Stephen Battaglia.
Honorable Mayor, council members, thank you for allowing me to speak. I have to say, just listening to the proposed ordinance and the conversation between yourselves, I'm really struck with the question, why are you even listening to this? Why is this amendment being brought forward with an unknown supposed problem? Nobody has been able to substantiate or say what the problem is. Do we have cases specific to say, yes, this person did it wrong, that housing provider did it wrong? You're kind of running off of rumor. And I remember the city attorney even said there is no loophole. All we're doing is kind of adding another layer onto an existing, the ordinance that's here that was based on the state ordinance. So why are we even considering this? It's really surprising to me for something that is apparent. We're not sure. It could be, but yet we're going to spend time and effort to layer this stuff on top of the existing ordinance. The other thing that struck me is it almost sounded like the city attorney said, just vote on this on an emergency basis for this apparent problem, and then we'll take your laundry list and we'll hammer it in later. That doesn't seem like good governance to me. If this is, if we're talking, this is supposed to be a clarification, as I read in here. If it's supposed to be a clarification, fine, send it to the ordinance committee. Please invite housing providers to participate, just like a tenant rights group, and let's talk and figure out how we can come to a reasonable settlement and language that works with all parties concerned, and then put that forward. But to ram this through on an emergency basis for an apparent problem we don't know exists, yes, there are property owners who are renovating their property, and there are tenants who have been terminated and have to find new housing. That is going to exist everywhere and no matter what you do, but it is not a loophole. That's how the ordinance is written, and owners are following it. So I please urge you not to vote on this today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it's going to be Betty Jeppeson, and Dahlia Smith is going to give her time. Is Dahlia here? Yes, thank you. Ms. Jeppeson, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and members of the City Council. This proposal needs more study, and there is a direct correlation between the layers added to landlords' obligations, housing providers' obligations, and smaller mom-and-pop landlords and housing providers leaving the market. The ordinance is already very complicated. I heard Mr. Hinchke tell Councilmember Jordan that duplexes are exempt. Well, if you look at the ordinance, it says regarding duplexes, which, by the way, you won't find that word in it, a property containing two separate dwelling units with a single structure in which the owner occupied one of the units as the owner's principal place of residence at the beginning of the tenancy, so long as the owner continues in occupancy, and neither unit is an accessory dwelling unit or a junior accessing dwelling unit, and only then is it exempt. Also, there is no definition of an early alert notice. I had to struggle with that, and I found out it means a 60-day notice that in 60 days or more, I'm going to give you another 60-day notice that I legitimately, as a housing provider, can give. But how is a mom-and-pop landlord supposed to find that information? Secondly, I was hearing that this changes nothing. Well, it changes everything. First, the landlord has to give the tenant this 60-day early alert notice. Then the landlord has to obtain all permits necessary to carry out the demolition or substantial remodel. That may not necessarily be a requirement. A landlord may be able to start without having all the permits. And then the landlord has to give the tenants the copy of the permits, along with a written notice stating the reason for termination. That is nowhere. The state law just says that a tenant may be asked to leave when it is reasonably required for the safety for them not to be there while this is being performed. Then you have to file these copies of the permits with the Community Development Department. My question is the Community Development Department ready for this? Do they even know about it? What's going to happen with them? Last time we had a rule that the housing providers had to file things. It turned out that these things were being put in a box underneath somebody's desk that were never looked at again. So I would ask that more study be made and that we work together on figuring out a way that's equitable instead of trying to hammer through even more onerous laws that will make people sell. I have a lot of clients who have sold their properties. They're in their 70s and 80s, and they say, we just don't need this anymore. It's too complicated. We can't deal with it. We're just going to retire from the business, and we're selling. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm Michael Bruce, and I'm a housing provider. And I just feel that this, the details of this proposed new emergency ordinance needs to be thought out more. The words permanently and take all or one, it just doesn't make sense. And when we don't have answers from the city attorney, I think we don't need to pass this today. I'm willing to be part of a group of housing providers and tenants that can discuss this logically and not put more layers and layers and layers, as has previously been said. There are too many important issues and details to consider in this ordinance, and to do it on an emergency basis I don't think is proper. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Terry Bartlett.
I believe you got 2 letters from my office, Reitz, Fox, and Bartlett. One was written by my husband, law partner, and one was written by me. I think they say the same thing. I think Randy liked my Randy's better, but be that as it may. I want to give you a couple of practical examples that I've seen. I'm not a housing provider. I'm an attorney for a housing provider. Oftentimes, someone inherits a single-family home. And on that single-family home, when they inherit it, there is an illegal or unpermitted unit. And so through the process of purchasing, they are told that they have to abate that converted garage or pool house, whatever it was. So what this ordinance says is that if they have to get rid of that little illegal thing when they purchase or inherit the property, then you're telling them that they have to take the single-family home off the market as well. That doesn't make sense. We're scrambling to get units in this community, and you're going to have people take something off because there's an illegal unit on the property. The other thing that I think you need to understand is some of the changes that are in these revisions today, they're exactly what was in the tenant displacement ordinance, which requires 4 times the average monthly median rent to be paid as moving allowance. You got to play these things together. If you do them separately, it's really, really difficult because you're having 4 times the median rent, plus now you're saying 3 times relocation expense. That's just not right. And people are going to stop being landlords, and they're going to sell the properties to single-family people who want to live in a single-family house. We're not talking just about apartment complexes. We're not talking about duplexes. We're not talking about fourplexes. We're talking about single-family homes are a huge part of our housing stock.
Thank you. Patrick Fleming.
Good afternoon. I guess I'd like to start to say by more single-family homes on the market as a young person trying to make my way in Santa Barbara, I'd really appreciate more for sale. My name is Patrick. I'm a resident of the Santa Barbara East Side. I'm here supporting and asking to close loopholes in the existing laws. I think if the staff passes the recommendations on clarifying existing regulations, including the amendments from the Coalition of Tenants, it will be a good thing for our city. I also strongly support making further changes and strengthening the protections of renters. I think the reason why you have an emergency clause is you make an act, and then you ask for maybe a more focused group to come back around and address that problem. I think that's the way we ask for these things to work. If you identify a problem, you don't do nothing and wait for the group. You take immediate action, and then you go look at the further solutions. If there's concerns, they'll be addressed. Passing these recommendations and amendments I see as a win for Santa Barbara. I think failure to do so significantly harms our community and our collective safety. People over profits. Thank you.
Thank you. And then, Madam Clerk, we have some speakers online.
We do. We have 11 speakers.
All right. May I have the first speaker, please?
The first, excuse me, the first speaker is Daniel Mora. You may now unmute yourself to speak.
1 minute, please.
We missed Shirley Jensen. She had submitted a speaker slip.
Oh, okay. There was some confusion. Then please come forward. Apologize for that. Go right ahead.
Hello, everybody. On the 10th of March, I celebrated my 90th birthday. So far, so good. I am able to take care of 2 little houses I own on the east side that are rented substantially under rent to very happy tenants. I can still deal with the ants on the drain board and the refrigerator freezing the lettuce and the need to replace the stove. But A year or so ago, I fell and had an injury and was in the hospital for a while. Are you telling me that I cannot, if necessary, go out of business for a while and come back? My children are far too busy with their own lives to deal with it. So I'm concerned. Wish you could guarantee me continuing good health to take care of these buildings, but I may not be able to do it. And I need some flexibility in handling my real estate. The other thing is that I own a little ranch, and it had 3 houses on it. And I donated one of the houses to a charity I'm involved with that takes care of lost and abandoned dogs. I had to remove a tenant in order to give the house to the charity. Fortunately, it's in the county, so I would still be able to do it. But could I no longer give a property to a charity so I wonder a great deal about how this would affect my life. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we'll go to the online speakers.
Our first speaker is Daniel Mora. Daniel, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for taking this item up. My name is Dan Mora with the Central Coast Labor Council. We represent 70,000 workers in the Central Coast, including tenants here in Santa Barbara. That being said, unfortunately, the amount of tenants we represent is shrinking because of the continual rise of housing costs, rent costs, and recently, even with the tenant protection policies, the exploitation of some of those loopholes in those policies that allow situations like rent evictions to occur. It's disappointing, and we've seen it in real time. It's disappointing to see, workers and working class people having to commute to work in the city that they once lived in. Workers should live in the city where they work. Due to various issues, obviously, that we all know about, due to gentrification, lack of construction of affordable housing, lack of rent stabilization, among, various other issues, there are generations of families that are being driven out of Santa Barbara. At minimum, we need to strengthen tenant protection policies. We need to close loopholes that allow for issues like rent evictions to occur. There needs to be clear notices and explanations on, why evictions or evictions are occurring, and permits and paperwork to prove landlords are abiding by the law. It boils down basically to acting in good faith. So as a labor union member, I know firsthand that good faith is the bedrock of any fair contract. Eviction needs to be a last resort because of compliance with health and safety laws, but not cosmetic reasons. General upkeep and maintenance are the landlord's responsibility, and renters shouldn't suffer the consequences of inaction. So please support the community and support banning rent evictions and pass comprehensive good faith tenant protections. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Excuse me, our next speaker is Dora Maria Perez. And you can now unmute yourself to speak.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dora Maria Perez, and I'm here to support a rent control ordinance. There are many working families who have been paying a high cost of rent, and their homes are not repaired when they needed to be repaired. This does not only affect the Hispanic community, but other communities such as the Anglo community who work in hospitals, health clinics, restaurants, teachers, and construction labor. Also, the MTD drivers in Santa Barbara. Students who have to study and work to afford the housing and education costs. Remember, the labor community were the ones who keep the sustainability and contribute to the economy of Santa Barbara before, during, and after the pandemic COVID-19 for the last 3 years. That's why I demand the city council members and the city manager, Randy Rose, to pass a rent control ordinance in collaboration with local organizations, owner business, community members to end the extreme poverty in Santa Barbara. I think you need to take responsibility as community staff representative that you're supposed to represent the whole community of Santa Barbara, not just the wealthy community. Please show some respect, compassion, love, sympathy, empathy, and be humbleness with the community you represent. Thank you very much. And pass the ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Patricia Guerrera. You may now unmute yourself to speak.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Patricia Guerrera. I've been a resident of Santa Barbara for over 30 years, and I want to address the rent crisis in Santa Barbara. I give back to my community, and what's sad, what's going on in Santa Barbara, I don't want to be forced to move. I was recently evicted at no fault, no cause. I lived in my place of residence for 14 years. On 1514 Garden Street, my landlord was Ed St. George, and I'm not here to speak about any landlords in a negative way. I just want them to do what's right and the responsibility to give us a safe and habitable place to live and to follow protocols as we do as tenants and as good landlords should. I paid my rent every month through pandemic, through health issues, through fires, through floods. I had to fight for my rental rights. I only got a 3-day notice, which I had to go to mediation to fight for more time and receive a 3-month relocation money, which is not enough to afford on the high rental market. I can't afford a new place. I'm still looking. Since September, we got the notice, and I'm still displaced. My neighbors were giving eviction notice with no cause as well, and our unit is still vacant. And since renovation, I've been couch surfing, and a hardworking woman, it's really hard to get any assistance, especially for single women, no kids. You either have to be on drugs or have many children to qualify for any of the programs. And also, you have to wait 3 to 5 years to get any help with housing. Some landlords I've noticed when looking for a place, now they're jumping on the bandwagon and using renovation as an excuse to evict people. And I feel like there should be rules and regulation to pass the ordinance to have them prove this if they're renovating the place. And if we can, to move back with, of course, if they increase the rent because of renovating the place, that's fine. But just using loopholes and evicting us for no cause
Your time is
is
up.
really
Thank you.
horrible.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is James Carbone. You may now unmute yourself and speak.
Very good. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity to talk to you. I actually wasn't planning to speak on this, but as I listened to this ordinance today, I felt compelled. A couple quick things. First of all, the definition of duplex seems to be misrepresented at almost every meeting. And Mayor Rouse, I would maybe ask you to get a clear definition of this from the city attorney for everyone. I think Ms. Jefferson clarified that duplexes that are not, where one is unit isn't owner occupied, is not exempt. And the city attorney also told me that the property we have, which has 2 separate units on it, same parcel, those are also not exempt. So that's kind of an important distinction here. But, bottom line, I think the big problem here is that there's a recommendation that everybody on the property be evicted if there's a problem with one unit. Take my case. I've got a duplex and 2 houses on a property. That's all we have. If one of those units has a serious problem, even though it's detached in a separate building, I'm supposed to evict a good tenant. I don't want to do that. And my tenant doesn't want to be evicted. In fact, I'm surprised all the tenants that are coming up to speak aren't saying, hey, I don't want to be evicted. So I'm sorry, it just really doesn't make sense to me. I guess the bottom line is this doesn't seem to be too well thought through, and I would very, very strongly encourage you to take a step back and give it some better consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Wendy Santa Maria. You may now unmute yourself to speak.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hello? Hi, good evening. My name is Wendy Santamaria, and I'm a community organizer working with our cities most at risk of displacement and a renter on the brink of displacement myself. I want to give a huge thanks to our city staff and our council members who have done their duty and have taken action on this present crisis. The proposed emergency ordinance is a great step forward in cleaning up the law's language, and I ask for each of your votes to adopt this today. In addition, I invite you to direct staff to adopt the proposed amendments drafted by Santa Barbara renters at the heart of this issue and backed by a wide coalition of community organizations. Mayor Rouse, you asked how this emergency ordinance would change your business as a landlord. And our city attorney responded that as a good faith landlord, it wouldn't change anything for you. You'll be fine. The rest of the landlords acting in good faith will be fine. And if good faith is still unclear, it just means acting honestly. So if you're acting in good faith, I truly expect a yes vote from you. And while not much may change for you or other housing providers, for the renters of the city, adopting this emergency ordinance is huge. It will prevent the bad faith housing providers from taking unfair advantage of families in Santa Barbara. It will ensure that housing providers are responsible for providing the required upkeep and don't use their own neglect of their properties as a reason to throw families out into the street. If you're not acting in bad faith, there's no reason to oppose this emergency ordinance. Please listen closely to what you're hearing today and from who. You heard from our city attorney, a perfectly qualified and nonpartisan party, telling you they're bringing this issue forth as an emergency ordinance to preserve public health and safety. Anyone voting in good faith on this matter can't deny that it's an emergency. So for any landlord saying this is too rushed, we need to take our time and do X, Y, Z, they can afford to wait and move at a glacier pace, but we don't. The community, our families in our community don't have that luxury. So I urge you to vote yes on this emergency ordinance and direct staff to add the proposed amendments. The community's eyes are truly all on you right now. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Chelsea Lancaster. You may now unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, everybody. My name is Chelsea Lancaster. I'm a community member, a parent, an educator, and actually privileged to be a homeowner in the affordable housing development El Zoco. So I'm actually here as a longtime tenant, a single mother who was displaced 12 times due to the unbridled greed of local landlords, and somebody who loves and serves this community and is tired of watching people get pushed out. What you have before you is one of the many examples of the battle for the soul of Santa Barbara. You have experts in front of you, tenants' rights advocates, people who are in the community, parenting people, working people, people who are in the margins telling you exactly what's happening. And then you have a bunch of other people who are acting like they are operating in good faith and are operating purely out of self-interest. Again, this is about the soul of Santa Barbara. And Randy, if you're really interested in supporting the business community, you should be the #1 housing advocate. We need people who can live and work in this community. People should have the right to exist in this community. Our children should have the right to grow up here. They should be able to live in the neighborhoods of the schools they attend. This is about healthy communities. We talk a lot about safety, or you all talk about a lot about safety. And when you're talking about things like policing, this is safety. Housing is safety. Dignified, supportive housing is safety. Please pass the recommendations, close the loopholes, listen to the real experts who are in the room, who are speaking to you with expertise and heart and love for the real soul of this city, and act in good faith. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Elliot Hammond. You may now unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you, and I'd like to cede my time to Alex Entrican.
Online, we can only do the direct speakers. We don't have any way to combine time online, so please go ahead and speak. Or we can move to the next speaker if you'd like.
I'm going to let you move to the next speaker because I'm really sick and I
Okay,
can't
thank
speak.
you. Go right ahead. The next speaker then is?
Our next speaker is Maria Navarro. You may now unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you. So first, thank you for discussing this ordinance today. I find it, perplexing to hear landlords who are saying that this doesn't happen, or who more accurately are saying that there's no evidence of this problem. Let me make it very, very clear. These evictions are happening, and as you've heard over the past weeks, many of them are not in good faith. But I guess what's what they're talking about and what you all want to hear is about the quantity, the numbers, right? And the problem with that is that, I'm a big nerd of numbers, and I would love it if there was some kind of database to see how many rent evictions were happening. But when we propose these kinds of things, a rent registry, etc., landlords go up in arms. So I guess what I'm trying to ask is, we have to hear tenant stories. Those are the only ways to understand and to know what is actually happening. It's not going to get better if we don't have full tenant protections, if we don't have holistic tenant protections, and especially if we don't have any way to quantify any of these things. So I'm also a big proponent for a rent registry. And in this case, I guess the landlords are actually advertising and actually wanting to have one as well, because that is the thing we need to actually get these numbers that we all want. So, I definitely think, these are happening. At least 3 families that I know of will be pending, with pending cases, will have to leave their home if you don't pass this today. So I really urge you, City Council, to pass this today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Amber Asher. Whoops.
Wasn't Amber Asher here in person earlier?
Hello, Mayor Rouse. I
hand is raised
was.
online.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
I
Miss
had to leave
Did
for
you speak to
parent-teacher
this already,
conference.
Miss Asher?
She had to leave.
Excuse me?
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. I had to leave for parent-teacher conference. Thank you for your patience. My name is Amber Asher, and I'm a resident of Santa Barbara. I'm here to urge you to close the loopholes in existing law that enable rent evictions, and please pass the staff recommendations on clarifying the existing laws and the amendments the Coalition of the Tenants sent you. People are being pushed out of their homes at an alarming rate. This is not a rumor. I'm being pushed out of my home right now for elected renovations, as you all know, because I've spoken here previously on that. We who share our stories are affected. Words like rumors and apparent problem used by the landlord's lobby, who've rebranded themselves as housing providers, are offensive and dismissive. And I want to just clarify the scary scenario that's presented in some of these responsive interpretations, that if one of my units of a multi-unit place is broken and I want to repair it, that I have to kick everyone out. That is absolutely false, because it's really specific to if you want to remove your address from the rental market. So that's the situation in which that's applicable. The market rate is too high right now. As we all know, it's climbing, and rental vacancy rates are low and don't appear to be increasing. Of course, this measure today is not a silver bullet or the only solution needed, but what we're talking about today is an urgent, clarifying action. Thank you to staff for bringing the language to council. Let's ensure that the intent of the original ordinance that passed is proven true, and that we do that with urgency, because it is immediate action that those of us facing imminent rent evictions need. We should not have to leave for elective renovations. And then, if I can, on a personal note, as a mom, I want to sincerely thank all of you, all of the community organizers who've worked with us, and all of you elected officials who've heard our cause. My daughter was so proud after her last time speaking with you. She continues to mention to her friends
All right,
that she
thank
got
you.
to be there. So thank you for giving her that time.
Okay, next speaker, please.
We have 2 final speakers who raised their hand prior to the time limit, the cutoff. The first will be SB Surge, and our final speaker will be Michelle Carbone. SB Surge, you can unmute yourself to speak.
Hello, Mayor and council members. We're calling in today as Surge Santa Barbara because we signed on to the letter with other local organizations to show our full support for the emergency ordinance amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code section pertaining to just cause for residential evictions. This item was agendized today by your staff as an emergency ordinance because the city council has received numerous reports of actions by owners seeking to exploit apparent loopholes in the ordinance to displace tenants, often our most vulnerable neighbors. This emergency ordinance clarifies the procedures and process for a substantial remodel and what must be provided to the tenant: copies of permits, a written notice stating the reason for the termination, the scope of the work, what part of the work mandates that the tenants leave the property. Tenants, who make up 60% of our community, cannot be forced out for small improvements, and they deserve these basic protections. I applaud the city staff and council for seeing these harmful practices and doing what they can to preclude further disruption and prevent actions that will displace tenants and reduce affordable housing. This clarification emphasizes that just cause shall not be used in bad faith, and that the stated reasons do not mask an unlawful, unfair, or unjust attempt to evade compliance with duties imposed on other landlords in our city and state. We ask you, Mr. Mayor, and all council members to vote yes to adopt this emergency ordinance as provided in Santa Barbara City Charter Section 511 to go into effect immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Final speaker, please.
Our final speaker is Michelle Carbone. You may now unmute yourself and speak.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. You've already heard my husband talk about duplexes. There are a lot of duplexes in Santa Barbara. Under this amendment, if one of my tenants leaves of their own choice and I decide to remodel that kitchen, I would be required to evict the tenants in the second detached house, even though it is not being remodeled at this time. Years later, if I wanted to fix up the second kitchen, once that tenant moved, I would have to evict the tenants in the front house. That's absolutely nuts. This amendment, as written, doesn't solve an emergency. I believe it will create a new emergency. How will this protect tenants? Please reconsider the text of this amendment and do not vote on it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it's going to come back to council now. Before we get going, because that's the last point was a sticking point for me as well on 2B. Mr. Henschke, I'm going to ask you to please clarify 2B for us, since that seemed to be come up quite a bit about the doing all units on a piece of land or a parcel all at once. That seemed to be the one thing of substance that was throwing a wrench in the works here. If you would, please.
Certainly, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. I'll answer the question by referring to the last speaker, because that was where the misunderstanding was. This does not require, if you're doing a substantial renovation, that you evict all of the tenants in the unit. The only time where this proposal would apply to all of the units is if you were removing the property from the rental market entirely. That's when the trigger for converting all of the property at once would happen. The reason behind that was actually to preserve rental housing on properties where there is not an intention to convert it to a non-residential use. If you have a duplex unit, and I apologize, I did misspeak in response to Councilmember Jordan's question about the duplexes. The exemption is duplexes where one of the duplexes is essentially owner occupied. I apologize. Even I have been known to make a mistake, and I just did it. But that answers the question.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, we'll go back to council comments. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. So I'm just going to start, if you all bear with me, by just making some brief thank yous, because I feel that I have to. I see you, Mayor Rouse. First, to the tenants who came in week after week through this campaign and who were at risk of renoviction or had experienced renoviction and shared with us your stories. Your engagement over multiple weeks highlighted both the need for this clarification of the ordinance and its urgency. And to me, your testimony more than proved that the loophole in this ordinance was being exploited and that it was being done to the extreme detriment of our residents, and that it very much constituted an emergency worthy of an urgent response of the type that we are undertaking today. I also want to thank very much our staff who heard the same testimony and heard our responses as well, and recognize the importance of coming forward with this clarifying language in our ordinance. You moved quickly, and because of your work, we're taking this important step today toward making good on the intent of the original ordinance. And to the point that's been made multiple times by all our colleagues, including Mayor Rouse, the point today is making good on the intent of the original ordinance that was already passed. So I really want to highlight that. And because of that, because we're just clarifying that ordinance today, I really don't think it's necessary or appropriate for me to try to relitigate the necessity of a just cause ordinance today. Of course, I remain totally steadfast in my belief that unjust evictions have an incredibly detrimental effect on the fabric of our community, but we've already taken that vital step to recognize how important it is we prohibit those evictions. That was critical. It's imperative that what we do is to continue to listen to our residents, all our residents, landlords, and tenants, and to respond to loopholes and crises in a nimble way, just as we're doing today. So with that, I would be happy to move staff recommendation today as to the passage of this emergency ordinance. I can easily make the findings that this should take effect, that it is an emergency, and therefore we need to act in an urgent manner. I would also note that I would like us to move as well to direct staff to review the language proposed by Legal Aid and other organizations in their letter, to review the concept as proposed by Councilmember Gutierrez with a right to re-rent and an increase in the length of the notice period. Those are the things that I heard consistently from our colleagues as well. So I guess with that, Mayor Rouse, it's a motion to move the ordinance forward and to direct staff to review the items as enumerated.
Okay, I would ask, maybe one indulgence that you make two separate motions on that?
Sure.
Would you do that? Because I'd like to handle
Vote
the thing we have in front of us today before we make a second motion, if that's all right?
Perfect. Then
Is
I'll
there
hold
a
off on my
second
motions.
to Ms. Harmon's motion? Ms. Snyder, your motion?
Well, I'll second, but I also have a request that there might be one change.
Okay, well, you're up next to talk, so.
Oh, I'm next to talk? Okay.
Yeah, so the two motions, as I recall, Ms. Harmon, is for the staff recommendation for today, and then another direction, the second motion would be for new direction to staff to further some other work.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so that's a first by Harmon, second by Snedden. Ms. Snedden, you're up.
Thank you. So just in clarification, because there were so many public commenters on the sort of all or nothing, I want to ask the one about the removing one unit for an office space, or removing one unit for reclaiming, or one unit for substantial remodel. Does that necessitate the vacating of the other units or not?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Councilmember Snedden, in order to do a substantial remodel, you may do that unit by unit, and that makes sense. If you're going to withdraw permanently the property from the parcel, or the entire property, you would have to do all of the units at one time. In terms of the conversion of, for example, a unit to an office and removing that one unit, as proposed today, that would be prohibited. That would need to remain a residential rental unit until you decided to do the entire property.
So I'll say it is on this one point that I'm not as committed, and if that should change through discussion, I would be okay with adjusting that, making the changes otherwise, and then seeing what happens with that. But I'll support either way. So for my comments, so just starting with, several speakers said or suggested that we just go after bad actors, not make a blanket ordinance for everyone. And I just want to emphasize that this language clarification allows us to go after bad actors. And I genuinely, wholeheartedly see this as a protection for good actors. Right now, there's really no distinction between the two. And I'm not comfortable lumping good actors, bad actors, good faith, all in together myself. So I'm not comfortable with an ordinance that applies the same distinctions. So to me, this actually protects good faith operators. And a point that's been made to me also is that it potentially minimizes competition from flippers, from people who are not good actors and are not acting in good faith. And I think that's an actually really important point. As we're moving forward, I think this council has sort of repeatedly said that we want to protect the smaller property owners in the ways that we can. And while admittedly this isn't, set forward to as a protection, it's a tenant protection. I think it does for myself that I keep that in mind. I do want to address the sort of vernacular that this is an apparent problem and an apparent loophole. This is a very real problem, and it's affecting very real people, many of whom are in this room today and who have been in this room. And it isn't something that we just heard spring up overnight. This is a verified issue. We've discussed this with our own legal counsel. We've discussed this with our community development department. And I will agree with the speaker who called in who said that a rental registry would help us actually get this data. So I would love the data also. But what we have is very real stories from very real people. And after you see and hear people, to then discount what tenants are saying by saying, really accusing them of lying, basically, I'm as uncomfortable with that as I am uncomfortable with saying all landlords are bad landlords or all landlords are good landlords. This is a complex issue, and we're trying to, in good faith, if we are going to act in good faith, clean up the language as we intended. And at the beginning of this, I didn't love the term good faith, but I've come around that the more we've used it, back and forth, I think that is the point. We want to act in good faith. We're cleaning up language that reflects what our intent was, and we want property owners to act in good faith. And I actually have no doubt that everyone in this room is a good faith operator, or you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be here wanting to protect what you do in good faith. I don't think anybody here is looking to do mass evictions and turn a unit over, and it really is our intention that if you're a good faith operator, this doesn't impact you. I want to emphasize also that property owners can still do maintenance and upkeep and renovations and do improvements. That's all allowed. There's been a lot of, I think, hyperbolic language about what property owners will never be allowed to do now, and it's simply not the case. You can still maintain your property, and in fact, you have to keep it habitable. So that's part of what is protected in here too. I would agree that the term permanently might be something we could look at too. It is whether something's removed permanently or not, I think is hard to define. Is that rain? Okay. So I think we can pass this today because it is clarifying language in good faith of what we intended. I would like to restart up the Affordable Housing Ad Hoc Committee, and as we're making our birthday list or anything like that, honestly, I didn't come up with my birthday list today because I saw this as a very narrowly focused clarification of language we already intended. I will just reiterate that we need community stability. When you hear about someone being evicted 12 times, that is outrageous. And again, these are real people telling real experiences, and it matters. So my hope is that this is protecting good faith property owners. It's the council acting in good faith with what we set out to do. I truly believe that clarity in language protects everyone. The more clarity there is, then everybody knows their rights, and I think in the long run, that actually helps support the complex relationship between property owner and tenant. So I'm actually very happy and that this came forward as quickly as it did. Staff very much acted in response to what they also were hearing, what they saw themselves in the ordinance, and what we were reflecting in what we were hoping would come back to us. So I'm happy to support.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would generally scoff with you if I was knocking on your door and said, hi, I'm here from the government, and I'm here to help you. So I share that pessimism, usually. The efforts to control market forces are things that you really have no control over for good reasons, frequently don't end up the way you anticipate. And I think the last 2 years certainly shows that, and all the chatter everywhere in the state on rental caps, rental control, relocation fees, lower amount to raise your rents than the state limit allows. I firmly believe that we've seen people that wouldn't normally do catch-up rent increases and panic. There are higher qualifications for renters now. There's concerns about capital savings resources for when you need a big project to come through. So I know that every time we dabble in this, there's positive consequences and negative consequences. The flip side to that is there are less responsible or not responsible landlords out there. I agree with Councilmember Sneddon. I don't think any of them are in the room. I have personal experience with friends and family. I can name landlords, I can name property management firms that exactly what we're talking about today has taken place repeatedly throughout the city. It's not really my job when I know that to try and posture with the city attorney's office and say, go get them. My job is to help write broad policy that enables us to solve the problem on a broad basis, and that's what I think we're doing here today. I also am in agreement with the good faith phrase while sitting over here. Because I'm only as smart as Google sometimes, but if you Google good faith versus intent, and you end up like Cornell School of Law, which I assume is a real university, right, back east, you do find that good faith is much more of a legal standard of which intent is part of good faith. It's not the other way around. So that's kind of interesting to me. I think as Councilmember Sneddon walked through very logically, the original ordinance language clearly allows a pathway for the bad actors. I'm not going to, I've made my point earlier on pointing out that the word landlord is being associated with loopholes and exploiting. I don't agree with that. I just think it's an ordinance whose language did not reflect what could happen in today's world and did happen, and today is simply a cleanup process that generally, I believe, any responsible landlord would be doing anyhow. It just more clearly administrates that process to protect both you and the tenant. You're going to manage the property, determine when significant work needs to be done, and I'm talking specifically about the renovation part. Obtain your permits, notice the landlord, notice the tenants, provide relocation funds, and perform the work and move on. Nobody's stopping you from doing that now responsibly. Nobody's stopping you from doing that in the future responsibly. So I'm not going to die on a sword today for this. I will support the staff recommendation, but I'm very uncomfortable with continuing to include the multiple units part on the withdrawal thing. And my preference would be, since we're going to have a birthday list or Christmas list, whatever it is, my preference would be we actually do some more work on that list. We leave that component in there as the current ordinance and live with that for a couple of months while we really get down into the weeds and decide what does that look like with multiple units, which ones are exempt, which ones aren't exempt, and how do we protect somebody with a 3 or 4 unit complex that legitimately needs to withdraw one off the market for whatever reason. And when they say, well, heck, I can afford to withdraw them all then, the heck with you. And you lose 3 units. So if that has traction, we can talk about that. I think I also agree on that, that future list, the permanent removal thing could be talked about more, but I think we could include that today. And then most definitely, I think I heard down there from Ms. Harmon, was a longer advance notice. So the advance tenant alert date moving more than 60 days into the future. And I say that knowing that, believing that projects such as we're talking about for a major, or whatever the phrase is, substantial renovation, certainly start more than 90 days ahead of the actual start of that project. So I think you have to balance that with, I think, what's normally taking place out there in your process, and as much notice and certainty as you can give to a tenant to go look for replacement housing. The tenant's not going to find replacement housing in 30 days in this market. If the housing market was a medical patient, we're beyond ill, and we're all standing around watching this patient bleed out right now. That's the severity of it. So that would be the only ask I have back to the original motion, was that we delay the change on the withdrawal segment, and we keep the old language until we look at that with everything else. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first, I'll just thank our staff for taking the council comments previously and coming forward today with this. And so I'll start out by, actually, I just wanted a couple clarifications, Mr. Henschke, questions that came up just to get it on the record. One, there was a reference to 4 months rental relocation. That's not part of this ordinance. I think it's part of the condo conversion. Can you clarify what that was?
Yeah, that, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that's part of Chapter 2889 of the municipal code. It applies only within the coastal zone, and it is not what we're talking about today.
And then also, if there is an illegal unit and then you have to get rid of that unit, you don't have to vacate. Do you have to vacate the primary unit?
No.
Okay. Just wanted to get that on the record since that came up during public comment. So to my comments first, the public health and safety is an issue, and it's the general community public health that we're talking about today, because when people are evicted, it impacts the overall public health and safety of the community, because most of those individuals, many have key jobs, whether it's public works people that could live here, whether it's public safety, these are city positions, but you also have critical private sector. People work in the private sector. My other job, I work with many who are grocery workers who have come into rental challenges, evictions, and or other things, and you just have school teachers, you have hospital workers, all that. So there are impacts if we're not able to properly address this issue. So for today, I would say I'm glad someone brought up the issue of the 2 months and 3 months, and all I'm going to say to that, for obvious reasons, is it was a split vote at the council. I voted a certain way. but yet today I am supportive of this. So I think that should tell something to the property owners, and from where Councilmember Jordan is as well, is that previous issue, it was not unanimous, but today it's looking like there's support from us that were there, because we are taking these issues seriously. And to me, that what today is, it's clarifying the intent of the previous ordinance that we had. So I just want to put that out there because it's important to clarify that, and to say that because we voted one way one time and that, so it's just wanted to say that on the record. And so when we go back, it's like the public health and safety. And I also want to say, when we're saying, well, what I'm hearing today is we don't know if where's the data, where are all these, I can assure you they are happening. And one of the benefits of working my other job is that I see a lot of renters. I work with a lot of renters, and one of them spoke at public comment. So I know that the story that was told at public comment was 100% true, because I've known this person for 5 years. And this person, she was 8 months pregnant and had to deal with having to go through an eviction process and find a new place when she was 8 months pregnant. And to see that every day as it's leading up, as she's getting closer to pregnancy and knowing that her housing situation is becoming more unstable, that's not just, well, maybe it happened, maybe it did happen. I can assure you that it happened. And as a council member, one, as a friend of hers, but as a council member, it's really tough because I have these dual roles. And I also want to make sure that we are up here being fair to the good property owners that do provide housing, that do take this seriously, that have concerns about their neighborhoods and their neighbors, but yet there are those that aren't. And it was said by my colleagues earlier that if the ability to enforce against those was there, we wouldn't be talking about this today. So with that, it's the intent is not enough for us to go after those bad actors. And if I felt this was anything more than clarifying what we originally had, I would have a lot more questions about it, but I'm comfortable today with what the staff recommendation is, to clarify the intent and move forward with it. And I'll support also the other issues being looked at. I don't think today is the right time to do those because there are a lot of questions about those, but it does give a more vetting process. And then I'm open to the two suggestions. One, the longer notice, and then also, I also have I'm comfortable with the full number of units. I think it was a good example. If you want to convert one of them, but leave them for whatever reason, you should be able to do that. So with that, I'll be supporting that, and if we want to add those amendments to it. So thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez.
It's been a long night. So I'm going to talk about, just like Mr. Friedman talked about, when this issue came up and the 3 months relocation came up, I was very supportive of the 2 months. I was afraid of the 3 months because of exactly what's going on now. In my district, I knew that what was going to happen, the landlords were going to raise the rent. And then the whole topic of rent control came, and it was a big scare. Every person that we heard today, their experience are very real, from the landlords to the renters. I specifically said on the record that night that my biggest concern was the safety issue of how these properties were maintained, because over and over, working with families, with students, a lot of these properties were not kept up. There was mold, there was broken windows, and this has been happening for years in the city of Santa Barbara. But I've also come to learn that there are good property owners. And so what happened is that there was a huge scare in the city, and now we're here. And we're here not only because this is an issue that just came upon us in 2020, but it's something that has been happening for a while. The city is not going to get any cheaper. That's just the reality of things. I'm glad that this Just Cause amendment came forward, and I will be supporting it. But I do want to support the other adjustments that were spoken up on council. But I want to make it very clear that every public comment that was said from the landlord's point of view and the renters is very real. We also have to be respectful, and I'm glad, I don't know if it was Ms. Sneddon that talked about if we want to convert one of the units in a parcel, that we shouldn't penalize the property owner where all of the units should be taken off the market. But I also want to say that thank you for those landlords that do work with the tenants, but the reality is that unfortunately, a lot of landlords are taking advantage. And the reason that this ordinance is here today, it's because we do have an issue. And Mr. Hensky, thank you so much for your patience today.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In response to our colleague's suggestion about Section 2B of the ordinance, may I propose, if there's an interest, that we just strike the final section about all rental units on the same parcel, but leave in the language requiring the owner to seek in good faith to recover possession to permanently withdraw the rental unit from rental housing use. So we leave in the concept of good faith for withdrawal, but strike the section on all the units on one parcel and add that to the further discussion list as this part of the second motion. Would that be acceptable to the seconder?
Madam Attorney, we okay with that kind of revision in this urgency situation?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could I just get clarification on that language so that you would suggest that it reads, the owner seeks in good faith to recover possession to withdraw the property?
To permanently withdraw the property,
Right.
the rental unit from rental housing use.
Right, and just take out the
rest
word
of it.
all, or take it out from after permanently withdraw the rental housing
Everything
use.
after use,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes, we can make those kind of amendments to this ordinance now. Anything that would require further discussion or additions, we would want to, refer that back to.
Okay, so that was the maker of the motion, the seconder of the motion?
Yes, and I appreciate the
Stipulate
change.
to that? Okay, very good. Okay, so we're clear on that.
And I would like to ask Mr. Henschke, are you okay with that?
Mr. Henschke.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, let me read what I wrote down, because the owner seeks in good faith to recover possession to permanently withdraw the rental unit from the rental market. Okay.
All right, very good. All right, so this has been interesting. Laws are written to handle scofflaws, and we didn't have scofflaws in here tonight. We have some very, very pronounced ones in town, and where a lot of this comes from. But I will say that I've been trying to get the attention of the Rental Properties Association and whatnot to come and talk, because we've heard so much from the Tenants Association. I guess we figured out a way to get your attention, so good on us, I suppose. But I must say that listening to the tenants union and whatnot, I'm still dismayed, because I haven't heard statistics. I've heard anecdotes, I've heard stories, and I don't doubt the veracity. I've got no numbers. There have never been numbers presented. And when we're trying to do something this serious, it's hard to do that without numbers. Are there rent eviction's not even a word. Are there illegal things going on? Yes. And the one thing I commented on with some of my colleagues during some of the testimony was, most of the testimony, while true, was also about things that are already illegal and about landlords who are not doing the right things, regardless of what we try to do up here. And so things that date into the state health and basic human condition laws that we don't probably enforce as much as we should. We don't have the horses, but we also, another thing I was lacking in testimony was any attempt to contact the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force that we fully fund and have a full-time attorney waiting to answer questions and add advice and give help. So that was a real source of frustration when we go through these things. Trying to control the housing market is just the wellspring of good intentions gone awry. You've seen that with the state mandate on the rental caps has really forced the rent market to go crazier than it would have otherwise. I certainly know enough property owners that have said, I've got to keep up with the base, and they do it that way. On the other side of the coin, there are some, especially in the multi-unit market, some landlords that are really unscrupulous and are doing things with tenants, not providing contracts, maybe housing on documents and threatening them with exposure otherwise. So there's real things going on out there. We get that. We hear you guys. But when I want a conversation like the one unfortunately we had, but we kind of rejected, which is we got John Joseph to do a gathering with cause. We spent 6 months doing it, and then we rejected the findings even though they were unanimous. That's why we are here where we are today. We had something all laid out, and that got rejected. That was a while back, and that's really unfortunate. If it were, for me personally, I don't even like trying to write these kind of ordinances because you don't have a lack of unintended consequences, exactly what you create. That being said, what went on today was, in fact, cleanup language that was responsive to the original purpose of the ordinance that this council put forward. I appreciate the nuance with, I think it was 2B that you spoke to, Ms. Harmon, for that. I think that was good. That helped a little bit of a misunderstanding. I'm almost reticent to go back to ordinance because this is one of those conversations that's never going to go away. And the market's always going to be tough. I've been here 50 years. This market's always been tough. That doesn't excuse anything, but when we try to control the market with an ordinance, we oftentimes end up in these forever conversations that have very little satisfaction at the end. But with that, I will say that I think staff was more than responsive in putting this together. And because we wanted this to go on without consequences to either side is why it came through as an urgency. So that being said, I will be supporting the initial motion. The second one I'm going to have to think about. So if there are no further comments, I will ask for the vote. We have a first and a second.
We need to
First
read the-
motion, which is to the, Mr. Henschke.
Before voting on the ordinance, you need to have the clerk read the entire ordinance into the record, and then you can vote.
Well, go right ahead. The entire ordinance?
And yes,
All right,
And
let's
with-
get comfy.
with the change that we just, yes. Okay. You're ready.
And Madam Clerk, also the other change that we discussed earlier to reasonably, yes.
Okay. An emergency ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by amending Section 26.50.070 pertaining to just cause for residential evictions. The City Council of the City of Santa Barbara does ordain as follows. Section 1, Findings and Determinations. The City Council finds and determines as follows. A, safe, decent, and sanitary housing is a human necessity and right. B, the City Council reaffirms its general plan housing element goal, first stated in 2005, of, quote, ensuring affordable housing opportunities for all economic levels in the community while protecting the character of established neighborhoods, end quote. 2015 Housing Element, page 57. The City Council also recognizes that providing a wide range of housing options is important to maintain an economically viable and socially diverse population and to retain and house the city's local workforce. The city's general plan housing element identifies renter-occupied housing units as comprising nearly 60% of the housing available in the city. 2015 Housing Element, page 26. The housing element also documents that given local housing costs, nearly 44% of all households and almost 50% of renters are overpaying for housing. 2015 Housing Element, page 50. Both the total percentage of city renters and the percentage of renters overpaying for housing are higher than statewide averages. Therefore, the city desires to establish reasonable protections for city residents living in the rental housing, for city residents living in rental housing that recognize the important role that rental housing plays in the provision of affordable housing. C, the Tenant Protection Act of 2019, Statutes 2019, Chapter 597, AB 1482, establish statewide just cause eviction and relocation assistance protections for residential tenants, but also authorize cities to enact more protective local regulations which supersede state law. D, on December 9, 2020, the City Council adopted Ordinance Number 5979, enacting regulations codified as Chapter 26.50 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code that are more protective of tenants' rights than the provisions of Civil Code Section 1946.2. However, since its adoption, the City Council has received numerous reports of actions by owners seeking to exploit apparent loopholes in the ordinance. Therefore, the Council finds that it is necessary to make certain amendments consistent with the original intent of Ordinance Number 5979. E, there is a housing shortage in Santa Barbara, particularly for middle, moderate, low, and very low income households. This ordinance addresses an urgent need to protect tenants from evictions, particularly evictions by owners using apparent loopholes in existing regulations to exploit and displace tenants. This ordinance reflects the original intention of the City Council when it adopted Ordinance Number 5979. Therefore, to preclude further disruption and prevent actions that will displace tenants and reduce affordable housing, this ordinance is adopted as an emergency ordinance to be effective immediately upon its adoption as provided in Santa Barbara City Charter, Section 511. F, the regulations enacted by this ordinance are more protective than the provisions of Civil Code Section 1946.2. The City Council makes this finding because this ordinance provides higher relocation assistance amounts than state law and provides specific requirements for the exercise of no-fault just cause evictions. In addition, this ordinance provides additional tenant protections by making permanent the temporary protections provided under AB 1482, which would otherwise sunset in 2030. Section 2, Subdivision B2 of Section 26.50.070 of Chapter 26.50 of Title 26 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code is amended to read as follows. 2. No fault just cause is any of the following. A, the owner seeks in good faith to recover possession of the rental unit for use and occupancy by the owner or their spouse, domestic partner, children, grandchildren, parents, or grandparents if a provision of the lease allows the owner to terminate the lease when the owner or their spouse, domestic partner, children, grandchildren, parents, or grandparents unilaterally decides to occupy the rental unit. B, the owner seeks in good faith to recover possession to permanently withdraw the unit from the rental market. C, the owner seeks in good faith to comply with any of the following. 1, an order issued by a government agency or court relating to habitability that necessitates vacating the rental unit. 2, an order issued by a government agency or court to vacate the rental unit. 3, a local ordinance that expressly requires vacating the rental unit. D, the owner seeks in good faith to recover possession to totally demolish or to substantially remodel the rental unit provided the owner has done all of the following. 1, given the tenants an early tenant alert notice advising the tenants of the owner's intent to terminate the lease in reliance on this subsection. 2, obtained all permits necessary to carry out the demolition or substantial remodel from applicable governmental agencies. 3, served the tenants with a copy of the permits along with a written notice stating the reason for the termination, the type and scope of work to be performed, why the work cannot be reasonably accomplished in a safe manner with the tenant in place, and why the work requires the tenant to vacate the residential real property for at least 30 days. The copy and notice shall be contained in or served concurrently with the notice of termination required by Section 26.50.040. 4, filed with the Community Development Department a copy of the document served on the tenant under subsection 2. Section 3, if any section, subsection, subdivision, paragraph, sentence, clause, or phrase of this ordinance, or any part hereof, is for any reason held to be unconstitutional, such decision shall not affect the validity of the remaining portions of this ordinance or any part hereof. The City Council declares that it would have passed each section, subsection, paragraph, sentence, clause, or phrase hereof, irrespective of the fact that any one or more sections, subsections, subdivisions, paragraphs, sentences, clauses, or phrases be declared unconstitutional. Section 4. The City Council finds that, on the basis of the whole record and exercising its independent judgment, this ordinance is not subject to environmental review pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act, Sections 15060C3, pertaining to activities that will not result in a direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect change to the environment and that are not defined as a project under Section 15378. This ordinance has no potential for resulting in physical change to the environment directly or indirectly in that it merely regulates existing physical development. Section 5. The text underlining to show additions and strikeout to show deletions is for convenience to show changes from existing law. The codification of this ordinance shall reflect the existing code as amended. Section 6. This ordinance is an emergency ordinance effective immediately upon its adoption under Santa Barbara Charter Sections 511.
Mayor.
Very good. Tensky.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, just, I hate to do this, but there was one word in section 2B in the sentence where it said permanently withdraw the unit, the word rental was omitted when you read it. And so the word rental in the motion made by Councilmember Harmon was before the word unit in that sentence. So I'm just correcting that.
So it should read, "The owner seeks in good faith to recover possession to permanently withdraw the rental unit from the rental market."
Yes.
Oh, I have it here. I must have skipped it. I'm sorry. Thank
Yeah, it
you
was
for catching that.
totally inadvertent. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So with that, if everybody understands the motion, I would think by now, or at least the ordinance. May we have the vote, please, Madam Clerk? Okay, that passes unanimously. And then, Ms. Harmon, you had a second motion, was that correct?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we direct staff to consider the following list of items, which I deleted my list, so please remind me if I missed that. One was the ordinance amendment language as proposed in the legal aid letter that we received as part of public comment. 2 was the issue of the time extension for the notice, the renovation notice. 3 was the permanent withdrawal of all units on a parcel. 4th was the inclusion of a concept on a right to relet. And I believe that was it.
Ms. Sneddon?
Yes, and could I ask for clarification? Will that come to ordinance, to council, or to the Affordable Housing Ad Hoc Committee, or all three?
Ms. Bjork?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, I believe it should come back to full council first for more direction. We have not got any real policy direction, so we'd have no basis for drafting an ordinance. And the ad hoc committee is just that, it's ad hoc, it's not a policy committee.
Okay, thank you. I second the motion.
Okay, very good. Madam Clerk?
Will this suffice as a motion to give staff direction to adjust the following to come back to council for more discussion? Time extension on renovation notice, permanent withdrawal of all units on a parcel, and inclusion of a concept on a right to relet.
And language as proposed by Legal Aid Foundation in their public comment letter. Thank you.
What was that last part? Language as proposed by Legal Aid in their comment letter.
Okay, does everybody understand the motion? Any further discussion?
Is the second Snedden?
Second was Snedden. My only comment is number one, between staff workload, and number two is torturing this thing further at this point in time and trying to keep tweaking the same beast doesn't make any sense to me, so I will not be supporting the motion. Okay, if we could have the vote, please. The Lone Ranger rides again. Okay, that's 6-1, passes. And with that, we need to go to another translator break before the next item. We'll make this a 10-minute break back at 6:20, please. for our final item. Madam Clerk, you have an item to read.
Yes, not done reading. We have one more item to read. Oops, excuse me, we have two more. No, one more item to read. Item 13, 2022 General Plan Annual Progress Report. Recommendation that council receive the 2022 General Plan Annual Progress Report.
All right, very good.
Okay.
It's
ready?
all yours.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Rouse and council members. I'm Rosie Dicey, Project Planner with Community Development Department. I'm going to give a brief progress report on our general plan. And before I start, I just wanted to mention real quick that I'm filling in for Mr. Gullett and Mr. Isaacson. And so I may not be as polished as I normally would have liked to be on this report, but I'll do the best I can and answer any questions that I can. So this annual general plan report is required by the state of California for all cities, and the purpose is to provide the general public and your council with information on how we're implementing our city's general plan. It also provides an opportunity for council to identify any adjustments that may be needed to improve implementation. As part of this report, we also do our required reporting on the housing element. That's required by the state by April 1st every year. The housing element reporting is very standardized. The instructions and the forms are provided by the state of California. And this report tracks progress towards meeting housing goals and allows the Office of Planning and Research and Housing and Community Development to identify statewide trends. So the purpose of today's hearing is just for council to receive this 2022 General Plan Annual Progress Report. Real briefly, a general plan is required. All cities and counties must adopt a general plan that addresses the physical development of our city. It's our blueprint for meeting the community's long-term vision, and Office of Planning and Research provides guidance on how we can update the general plan. This table shows all the elements that are in the city and when they were last updated. I'll just highlight that the housing element is being updated right now per state law. That happens every 8 years. The next element that will get updated will be the safety element. It's required once a housing element is updated to do certain updates to the safety element. And I'm going to focus the next couple of slides just specifically on the housing element. So I'm going to start with how we did last year on our housing production. And we're reporting now on calendar year, and it's also the end of the 5th cycle housing element, which was 2015 to 2022. So in last calendar year, we had 240 units permitted, and 15 of those are affordable. Of those, there were 111 accessory dwelling units, 125 multi-unit projects, and 4 single-unit projects. And we also report on how many applications were submitted. So we got 235 applications last year, representing 428 units, and that is a 14% increase from 2021. This table shows how we did in the 5th cycle housing element, and we're kind of, at this point, summarizing how we've done per the regional housing needs allocation number. We were assigned 4,100 units at the beginning of the 5th cycle. The next column just shows how we did from 2015 to 2021, and then so that's 1,356 plus adding the 240 units last year gets us to a total of 1,832. As you can see from this chart, we're doing pretty well on the above moderate housing needs, but we are falling far short on our affordable housing needs. And then touching on the next cycle housing element, the 6th cycle, we now have identified a housing need of 8,001 units. which is 4 times the current production and includes a higher percentage of affordability. But the good news is that staff has been working really hard on this next housing element to create programs to meet the need and up our number of affordable units in particular. We did have a draft prepared for public review in the summer, and then that came to Planning Commission and your council for review. Then we sent it to the Housing and Community Development Department for their 90-day review. We heard back from them, got a comment letter of about 12 pages, and we're working really hard on finishing up and responding to those comments. At the same time, we're completing a draft program environmental impact report for the housing element. So the plan is to release that for public review, then also bring the revised draft forward for Planning Commission and your council adoption. Then we would send it back to Housing and Community Development Department for their certification. And again, we have identified about 30 programs in this new housing element, and they're intended to increase production of units throughout the city. I think at this point, I will just end the presentation. The remaining slides talk about how different projects that we've been doing to implement the general plan. A lot of them are circulation element policies and programs that are being implemented, and some land use element and other projects, but it's just a list of projects that are also in your report. So I think to be brief on this, I'll just end right here and ask if you have any questions.
Ms. Nedden.
Thank you. So I'm going to have comments too, but the questions about, should we do questions and comment? Okay. Do questions, oh, sorry. I'll talk to the mayor later. I'll do the questions now. So on slide 9, which is the same as table 3.1 in the report, and so breaking out the difference between deed restricted and non-deed restricted. So I just had a couple of questions. We don't have above moderate deed restricted in this table. And then my question is, are the others, if they're non-deed restricted, at any time they could become above moderate units if they're not held and deed restricted? And how often does that get counted?
Okay, Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Sneddon, so you're correct. If it's not deed restricted, then it doesn't have that currently 90-year term of the price restriction. So as far as how often that happens or when it could switch, I don't have the answer for that. I could look into it for you and get back to you.
That's okay, thank you. And then for the definition of above moderate, that's 120% of AMI. I just want to confirm that's where we settled on.
Yes, Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Sneddon, that is correct.
Okay. And then I guess I'll ask it as a question, but it's a comment too. But if we're looking at these in terms of percentages, and I just wanted to double check, it looks like, and this is also still on slide 9, that for the above moderate category, we've produced 98%, which I would give that an A plus. And then in the moderate, 2%. And then in the very low, 12%. And in the low, 16%. So I guess I would request that these be put in percentages because, I mean, I'm thinking in terms of like grades and grade points. If you just put the points in the grade book, it's hard to tell how you're doing, but the percentage is really glaring. And my question on this is if you have any comment about how we're doing so well, 98% in the above moderate, but, 16, 12, and 2% below that. Just any comment on that?
Okay, Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Stedden. So I agree with you that percentages are helpful, and I do have a similar chart in the draft housing element that does talk about percentages, so you will see that there. As far as how we're doing, I think it's been a goal of our sixth cycle housing element and repeated from Housing Authority and others that it's really a matter of they need the funding or the gap funding to be able to produce the deed restricted affordable units. And so that's a goal of our sixth cycle housing element, to really change those percentages and do much better on those units. We also are starting to notice more deed restricted moderate units being produced because of changes in the inclusionary ordinance. So hopefully next time we're reporting to you, those numbers will start creeping up accordingly. And there's a lot of programs in the new housing element that talks about different methods to increase our number of affordable units. So it'll be more than just the funding, which seems to be the number one method that's being promoted. There's maybe more ordinance amendments we can do, or other considerations to get those numbers up.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then could you remind me, with ADUs, we're counting them because we're allowed to count them as affordable units, or as, in which category do they get counted?
Mayor Russ and Councilmember Snedden. So in this report that you're seeing before you now on the fifth cycle, all the accessory dwelling units are in the above moderate category. And that's because we are allowed to count them as a unit. And we didn't have the survey that we did for the sixth cycle housing element and the advice that we got from our consultants, where we could assume moving forward that some units actually are counted as very low because some people build accessory dwelling units and then provide them free for a caregiver or a relative. So moving forward, we'll be able to count units in different categories, but for this chart you're seeing before you right now, they're all in the above moderate because we didn't have that survey information. And we do plan to repeat those surveys every couple of years so we can confirm.
And those are self-reported surveys?
Yes, they are self-reported at this time.
And not 100% responding?
Yeah, we are, admittedly, we did not get a huge amount of responses to the survey, but we'll be looking into ways to improve that as we go forward.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. If there are no further questions or comments, move on.
You may want to take public comment.
Okay. Is there any public comment online?
There's no public, oh, there's one hand that was just raised.
There we go.
Two hands. Cassandra Ensberg, you may now unmute yourself and speak.
Could you switch to 3 minutes, please?
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff and community members. I am Cassandra Ensberg, here to speak very briefly on this item as a resident, to offer suggestion for consideration as we continue to look for ways to further help achieve our housing goals. I wish to give special thanks to Ms. Deisty and all of our planners for the report and for their excellent focused work for housing in Santa Barbara all these years. Of the many components to development, uncertainty has been an issue these past number of years, and clearly uncertainty gives pause to anyone considering development. This is probably on the list already, but I just wanted to underscore uncertainty to the council and to underscore this uncertainty that the council and the community might comfortably remove as it relates to the AUD, Average Unit Density Program, which is set to expire, I believe, February 2024. As the numbers show, the AUD program has greatly helped the city to realize housing. 2024 is close at hand, and I wonder, would it be wise and helpful to remove the expiration date entirely and allow the program to continue? The AUD program does require design review, and if corrective changes are needed, they can be made. So I just wanted to make that one little comment, and thank you all so much for your work for the community and for consideration of this suggestion. Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Just a follow-up question on that. And how does our ADU production compare to our AUD production? Is it catching up? Is it making the housing that we hoped it would?
Mayor Russ and Councilmember Sneddon, I think when you combine the average unit size density projects and the ADU, accessory dwelling units, it kind of forms pretty much what you're seeing here as our housing production, because we have very few units that are just single unit housing. How they compare, I don't have the numbers right in front of me to be able to tell you that, but they're both really helping produce housing in our city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further?
We do have one more public
We
comment.
do.
John Campanella, you may unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you. Good evening. Right now, I want to also make the suggestion to improve implementation to remove the expiration of the AUD program as quickly as you possibly can. This will remove uncertainty, especially at a time where financing and costs are so high, that people would go forward with projects knowing that there's not going to be a significant change in February. Also, we're submitting a housing element update based on the fact that the AUD program is in effect. The fact that it may not be in effect early next year, I think is an inconsistency, and I would recommend that we allow the AUD program to go further and remove the expiration date now concurrently with submitting our housing element update. Secondly, I do see real positive results in applications that are coming in. And I think there is some good schedules in the report that show that, both for market and as well as two large housing authority projects on North La Cumbre and the Carrillo commuter lot, which is positive. So the goal is really to keep these applications coming in, because a number of them are a percent are going to turn into real permits, which is what we are and the state is looking for in measuring our progress. Anything that we can do to keep those applications coming in, I think, are going to be real positive. One other item I think I want to mention is SB 9, which is 2-unit housing and urban lot splits, which is about a year-old policy now. And as the staff report says, there's been no applications for them. What staff might do for city council information is to provide what the cost currently of a house is to produce compared to the moderate or low or very low income that's required if you're going to produce a 2-unit housing. One of them has to qualify as below market. That could be a significant disincentive when you look at the cost to build versus the cost that you would have to sell it at to be below market. And I suggest that staff bring that to you, so you might want to consider removing that affordable requirement if it's precluding the development under FB 9 to begin with. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further comments?
There are no other speakers.
All righty. Any other? Yes, Alejandra.
Ms. Knapp, is it fair that I can ask the question for clarification on the last public comment, on his last part?
Ask staff.
Yeah, is that, can I ask? Yeah?
Absolutely.
Staff, would you please comment on responding back to Mr. Campanella's comment on?
So Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Gutierrez, are you specifically, I think you meant the Senate Bill 9? Yes, so that ordinance was before your council, I want to say in 2020, maybe 2021. And we basically, there's two parts to it. There's a coastal zone part and an inland part, but in the coastal zone, one of the 2 units would have to be affordable based on coastal land use plan policies, and it was decided at the time that we would also have that same policy for inland parcels, so that's what your council adopted. We would need to be directed to change that if that's something the council is interested in.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Further comments or questions? Ms. Snedden?
Thank you. I think I made the point in questions, but I just really want to emphasize that these are the numbers that go to HCD for the dashboard. And it's just, I know we're making changes with our housing element, but just emphasizing that, I'll just say for myself, it's so clear we just don't need more above moderate housing. We're at 98%, which is like exceeding and excelling at above moderate, or up to the luxury level. So when we're at 2% for moderate and 12% for very low and 16% for low, I just don't see that more energy needs to go into incentivizing that 98% plus. So I just want to make that comment. I know I've made it before, and that I think it is really helpful if we have these in percentages for future presentations. I just think it makes the point more clear on where we're excelling and where we might not be. And then also to continue counting the numbers of ADUs, and just the comment that I'm really happy we're making the distinction between which ones are above moderate and which might be truly affordable. And we just have to make sure our counting is accurate. So really appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments from council? All right, very good. Thank you very much. This is not an action item, so with that, any council member staff communications or council member engagements?
Mayor Ross?
Mr. Yeah?
I have a staff communication, if I may.
Well, go right ahead. I didn't
Thank
see
you.
your name on the request to speak, but
I do have one, I forgot. I would just like to acknowledge that this is Tony Ruggieri's last meeting, and he's been with the city for 35 years. So just wanted to say thank you.
thank you, Tony. Wherever you are, cyberspace. Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes, thank you, City Administrator Bjork. You beat me to it. I was just going to say that I was born and raised here, and I got into video production in high school in 2000, and I would go around town asking, who would be a good resource, and Tony's name came up back then, and he's just been a real key behind-the-scenes person for our community and in the world of video production here, and I just want to thank him for his decades of service and wish him luck in his retirement, and just thank him for being such a good person.
All right, very good. Ally?
I just want to acknowledge a special person in the room. We have Officer Corrales here. He is born and raised Santa Barbara, and he is now part of our police force. It's his first council meeting here.
Excellent. Hope we don't lose him after this. Jeez.
You made it.
Okay, if there are no further comments, do you have something, Ms. Harmon?
Very briefly, I just wanted to add to the love for Tony and just tell a super quick story. Last Thursday, this just so exemplifies who he is and the experience that I know we've all had with him. Last Thursday, I had a Girl Scout troop in here, and of course, I didn't plan in advance to have anything prepared for them, and they were like, oh, we can't turn on the mics. Tony happened to see that we came in, turned on the whole system, and had like zooming in on their faces, and they did this whole pretend vote, and you could just see the wheels turning and the love of democracy forming in them, truthfully, all due to Tony starting up this system and exciting them about speaking on camera and into the microphone, and just the joy on their faces was so due to him and his staff, and I appreciate him so much, and he's a treasure. Thank you, Tony.
You were coaching them on democracy?
I know, it's a scary thing.
Okay, we are adjourned.